Good afternoon, folks. I'm Baroque, and welcome back to Eternal Strands. Now, a little bit of housekeeping before we begin. Recent audio issues and a little bit of a change in seating arrangement have led the past few streams for my mic to be really high and crackly, so I've knocked things down a little bit. Do let me know, leave me some feedback, whether that's live or in the comments, if the audio's balanced well enough, if I'm not coming in a little too loud, not overpowering the game's volume, and it's not overpowering me, etc. Again, all to figure out as we go. I'm not quite sure what's thrown it all for a loop, but here's hoping we're okay. Like, I'm looking at OBS now, and it's going into the yellow a little more than like, so I'm gonna knock down the gain just a little bit more. Okay, we'll see how much bearing that actually has on things. And when I start editing again on Monday. In any case, yesterday was a big old stream for this game. A lot of major story beats, a lot of delightful character moments, and then a lot of heartbreak towards the end, while discovering weapon upgrades, which, my goodness, that was a delight to find out. Getting new abilities and changing their appearance, lovely stuff. Today, we tackle the aftermath, likely some very hard story stuff, hitting as we go in here. And we'll see where the game leads us thereafter. So without further ado, let's get stuck in. Hope you're doing alright today. Well done getting through the week. Welcome to weekend. Hope you enjoy. For now, get yourselves a warm beverage. Let's gather the band.
I know everyone's up in their heads right now, but we have real problems to solve. So let's clear the air.
Are you running this discussion, then?
She is.
Sev, this has to start with you. We knew you were working with the Eye. We told you we'd have your back. Help us understand what happened. Just breathe, Sev. Start from the beginning.
I'm sure Bryn and Sola told you all. But I belong to an order called the Norians. We're sometimes called the Watersmiths. Imagine my surprise to learn our talents had been critical to the construction of the tapestry. Our order binds us to always help another Norian. Especially a high-ranking one like Stanild. And to keep their secrets.
So that's how he sunk his claws into you.
Why is the Order so secretive?
We've always been critical to the survival of Taza. Water is life in the desert, and we control the flow of water. The Elders have a secret political chokehold on the kingdoms. The altruistic Norians will tell you the secrecy is so no one can undo our work. But I have my doubts.
Alright, so it sounds like they could get their fingers in pies all over the continent. Not good.
So, the Order operates in the shadows. I imagine they were much the same here in the Enclave.
What did Stanild have you doing?
It was all work on repairing the Grand Gate. He'd heard about our success with the gate in the Hollow and felt I might be able to replicate it. Thanks to your help, I was able to do so. And he took me more into his confidence as a result.
Did you leave the Norians to become Sola's apprentice?
One never really leaves the Norians. Not with their life.
That's not foreboding at all, Sev.
If word got out about me betraying Stanild, I'd be a dead ram walking. But no. My people have a ritual known as Ram Bralem. It is a time to pursue
I thought that's
another
what he was
path.
on.
And Sola was kind enough to accept me for mine.
It's our codex reading from day one coming into play.
It's true. I knew it could be temporary, but was hoping you'd stay on after.
The most important thing is whether we can trust you.
Yes, Sev. Convince us.
I swear, nothing I did was intended to cause harm. Too many of my order are political animals. But there is real good to be found among the Norians. Craftspeople who just wish to perfect their art. To bring water to people in need. To experiment. but need the resources to do so. Unfortunately, too many of those resources are controlled by people like Stanild. They're all the same. They see a point of control, water, information, wealth, and they abuse it. I thought the secrets were a necessary evil for some great purpose, but seeing his chokehold on the Enclave, it's stagnation. You all have every right to distrust me. I am sorry. No more secrets. I just can't do it anymore.
What's worth I believe in?
If you can't be a Norian, then what are you?
If you'd have me, I'd like to stay.
Those of us who have been here longer than Sev. Thoughts?
It's hard to have divided loyalties. But you did the right thing in the end, and if you hadn't, we might all be dead. That takes courage.
Still wasn't quick enough.
I don't know what to make of any of this. I want to believe you, but it's hard in the uncertainty surrounding us.
When I was going through it, you all pulled together to help me.
You are all heard. And I would add that you joined us under false pretenses, Sev. You had loyalties outside the band you never disclosed.
I have a hard time accepting that he kept so much from us, but shared so much with the Eye. Who knows what Stanild, or gods help us, the Talon heard about us. Only time will tell how much damage that's done.
Lane, I hear you and I understand. Sev has real work to do to rebuild trust. Only you can decide when the apology feels real to you. Sev, that considered, you have worked tirelessly since joining us, and demonstrated an enterprising spirit and deftness as a smith. And before the blade could completely fall, you risked all by blocking it with your own hand. You can never be a Norian again. I do not sense that you wish to be.
Afternoon, AJ. When I've got the time and I'm not too busy in the house, I'm trying to get into the habit of just getting a bit more time in. Hope you're feeling better, bub, and that your cold's headed away by now. Nevertheless, keep yourself hydrated.
And who are the Weavers but a group of outcasts and misfits, just trying to muddle through together?
We are recovering from the depths of betrayal and tragedy. The start of today's stream was a hell of a lot yesterday. Also had some fancy weapon upgrades. It was good stuff.
You will stay. And you will help. We have work to do. Tell us about Stanild's plan.
Thank you, Horia.
I'm sure we all have things we want to say, to Sev and each other. But that can wait. Right now, while we're all here together, we need to focus on next steps. But here's our challenge. That Talon. It spoke. It knew things it couldn't know about us. We're on the back foot and need to catch up fast.
Yeah, it's a terrifying realization. I hope we get to chat with it again.
As Horia said, help. After I repaired the gate, Stanild took me completely into his confidence. He'd been questioning and learning from the Talon, or so he thought.
Not realizing he was being manipulated.
He was increasingly estranged from his daughter. I'd wager he was desperate for a friend.
I'd agree. Based on what he'd learned from the Surgeborn from his friend, he put together a plan.
Use my people as a distraction to pull the bulk of the Surgeborn out of the Underworks. Or while he used the gate to... what?
There is a place, deep, deep underground, known as the Source. A feat of engineering unparalleled. It's the secret to the Enclave's power. The abundance of magic. The heart of the tapestry. The thing powering the Veil.
Got to have something to do with all that coral stuff.
There was only a single loom gate still connected to the Source after Asylum cleared all connections. And I'm the one who repaired it.
Oh, I'm glad you've been feeling better, bub. Well done on your work, and I celebrate have that pint.
The Grand Gate would take him right to the heart of things then.
Exactly.
Stanild thought he could... what? Sneak down there and fix things somehow? Tear down the veil?
His hope was to go down and secure a working space, sealed off from the distracted Surgeborn. He wanted to eventually fix things with the help of the Spindle. All glory to his family.
That arrogant idiot.
He'd read in his personal archives there was a system designed to shut down the Source, in the hopes of discovering how it worked. He had been feeding information to the Spindle about it in drips.
Meaning she might have been working on a fix for the Source without knowing it.
And we have to pursue her research, clearly.
Good. But we still have the problem Stanild never saw coming. A great Surgeborn.
Which almost certainly will be unkillable if it operates like every other Surgeborn.
Nah, I nearly had it.
It's hard to imagine any place more full of tangles than the literal source of the magic that's overflowing.
On that, I have an idea. If I'm right, we might be able to turn the tables and remove its advantage. I'll need Bryn's help if that's all right with everyone.
As long as you enjoy, bub. Who gives a
Gives
damn?
us a chance, we have to take it.
I agree.
More of a cider fellow
Has
these
anyone
days
just
myself.
got to ask the Talon?
What would we ask it? Favorite color? Favorite way to disembowel Ashar? No, she's right. It has clearly demonstrated an interest in Bryn. Maybe she could pry some information out of it.
I will happily speak to the creature that's got a Baldur's Gate 3 narrator's voice actress, for sure.
I'm not sure I'll get much. But I'm also sure I'm not going to think it's my friend. So, worth exploring?
Then we have a path forward. Sev will pursue his thoughts on dealing with that beast.
My people have started calling it the Herald.
Of destruction? Doom?
Why not both? As I said, people are on edge.
Fine. Sev pursues weakening this herald. We work with the Axle to look into the Spindle's latest research. And if she feels like it, Bryn has a chat with our imprisoned Surgeborn.
As good a path forward as we are going to find. Let's call it here and get to work.
Good job, team. Oh, everybody has stuff. Oh boy. Consult with people. Then I've got to hand stuff in elsewhere.
Bryn, I examined the wreckage at the Grand Gate after everything that transpired there.
Fair play, AJ. Kind of why I drink cider.
Found something useful?
The kinetic strand, in fact. The Ark must have torn it from the Herald's pattern in the chaos of the battle.
Think we could weave it into my mantle?
Ooh, my last telekinesis ability.
I don't see why not. Its pattern appears to be quite similar to those found on wild creatures and Archons.
All right. We need every advantage.
Then let's get to work. And we're finished. This will be quite the powerful addition to your mantle.
How so?
This strand can twist kinetic magic into a tunnel. In battle, you could push debris or enemies through it and send them flying through the air quite forcefully.
Could I jump through it?
I suppose you could.
This is going to be a faster way to get around than using the bubble jump.
Hey, there's a lot of tall buildings, flying creatures. This is going to be great.
You're right. Just try to be careful.
Okay. What's it look like then? Kinetic stream. Warp space of a tunnel of kinetic force that launches enemies, objects, and even its creators should they draw too close. Perfect for launching a sustained barrage or rapid movement. It's like judging by that little video, I'd have to aim it up, and it looks like my bubble could still propel me a little further. It's going to take some experimentation. Fair enough. I thought it might be more in the vein of big anti-gravity area bomb, but I suppose the other one works in a similar way. Sev, what's your plan?
I appreciated your candor in the meeting, Sev.
It was terrifying. Wasn't sure I'd be allowed to stay. You didn't get to voice an opinion with the others. Are we?
All circumstances aside, you saved the day. Solar and I said we had your back, and it
I
paid off.
think that's a wise choice,
Quick
AJ.
thinking,
Very
having the sky
wise.
open.
I knew something was wrong the moment.
Yeah, give
that
it some
they
time,
inserted
we'll be back to it
when
again.
Stanild wasn't around. It was very focused on you.
Me?
So much so that it said the only way the plan would succeed was if you talked to it. It reeked of trap. I didn't survive a decade around Tarzan Norians without picking up when someone's holding a knife behind their smile.
But you still took me down there.
Sorry. An educated risk. I felt there was nothing it could do and wanted the whole band to hear it talk. I don't think it understood we have the scry.
And Stanild wouldn't use one, of course.
The Talon was his deepest secret. Whom would he tell?
Can you tell me more about Stanild's plans for once he went through the Grand Gate?
He was counting on Isla. She was exceptional at protective fields. But even then, no. I don't think he had a real plan.
But I'm scumbag getting his daughter killed. Still need a punch button.
The Talon had convinced him he'd be able to survive, and fool that he was, he trusted it. We can't afford that mistake. But I have a theory. You know how the weather sometimes skews wildly hot and cold?
Unfortunately, yes.
Right. The aeroliths.
What else do we see on similar cycles?
Asthma.
Miasma.
Exactly. So, it follows.
We can control it like the weather?
You think the aeroliths are able to affect raw magic somehow?
I do. And in Stanild's private records and designs. I found notes, specifically on aeroliths with Norian commentary.
Drought in England you found, AJ, called Gangly Ghoul. Deep brown and bitter. That is a horrific name for a beverage. Like, oh, yeah, have a pint of Gangly Ghoul, why don't you? I don't know about that. I don't know if I could drink that. Maybe I'd try it, but ooh.
You think the Norians were involved in their creation?
Enjoyed it, though. Fair enough. Maybe a bit of a misnomer.
It would certainly explain why Tarza had such access to aeroliths before the Surge. If I'm right, this might be the key to making the source survivable.
Fewer tangles means less dead me. Absolutely. Where do we start?
You'll need to head to the Watersmith area of the Institute, and I'll guide you from there.
Understood. What's up, Solar?
Bryn, would you...
Check on Sev? Always. But how are you holding up?
Yeah, how are you and Dan? We haven't really touched base.
I'm alright. Just worried about him, you know? He did the right thing in the end, and he seems to have come back to us for now, but all those issues that led him to the Eye in the first place, they aren't solved in a day.
He needs us now more than ever.
Speckled hen I get, AJ, because that's... Naming things after animals like pubs and drinks is something that's always seemed pretty commonplace here, but probably around the world. Doomale's new to me, but I think that's a little more... Gangly Ghoul is just so... Like, the image that immediately puts into my brain, especially Ghoul, as like a dripping, fetid creature, I don't know. You are right, though. There's some silly names all over the shop. I think last time I went out for a drink, there was one that was just called, like, White Rat, something like that. I'm like, similar thing with just names of animals.
Exactly.
No, rum I liked once was just called Kraken, but I think it's the alliteration of Gangly Ghoul that does it. It just when it rolls off the tongue, it's almost falling out of your mouth. You know what I mean? Natter first.
So, about all that stuff I had you bring me.
90 Drake scales, still up and coming.
Turns out I don't need it as much as I thought I did when I was sleep deprived and strung out.
Funny how much clarity comes from a nap.
Well, AJ, the Eye had a plan that he didn't tell everyone about, got a load of scouts killed, got his daughter killed, had one of the evil Surge Ball monsters locked up in his basement and it was manipulating him, And when it came push to shove in the battle, his daughter ran to the front line to help, and he just ran away. Evil feels too strong a word for the incompetent arse. We will see. I hope I get a chance to punch him still.
Yeah. Anyway, I've put all those materials back in your chest. Along with a few
No,
other
he's also
things
part of a
we
secret
want
order
back.
around the world that controls water. Not like magically controls water, but like builds water mills, gets access to water, that kind of thing. As Sev was saying earlier, some of them are good, some of them are bad, but all of them kind of consolidate power to a degree. Like the engineers who are trying to help folks.
Wow. Thanks, Kaz.
Don't mention it. Use it for whatever you want. Gear, weapons, fixing up the camp.
Oh, that's nice. A little bit of stuff.
I hate to do this when we're already dealing with something like 7 distinct major crises each day. I've got 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
Don't you break up with me, goddammit. Let's do the good news first, I suppose. Oh no. Then again.
First one. Absolutely.
Excellent choice. We have a stove problem.
Nope, you're absolutely right, AJ. You're absolutely right. Mr. Level. All of it could have been resolved if he didn't just want to take credit for it all and work together with folks. Nah. No problem.
We use specially enchanted coals to maximize burn time and minimize weight, and we're dead out of them. And second, the stove itself is dented rather badly.
I was expecting something more cataclysmic, Cass. We can fix a stove, surely.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I don't do stove maintenance. I'm the logistics girl. Maybe Sev sat on it.
That's... Come on.
He's still got bum fur, so if he did, it wasn't on.
Regardless, this is a Dam and Solar fix. One problem each.
I'm not sure they're in the best place right now.
Oh no, putting them together.
That's why I'm asking you. They both love you, and can be grown-ups for the good of the group. Arya's already sick of salad.
I'd have loved that side conversation in the background. Or it's like, one more day without another piece of bloody salad, and I would be fine. I need you and Solar to work together.
Ah, good. We're all here.
And they're both looking away from each other. You can see it. It must have taken, like, just a large amount of time for every bit of dialogue and scene to make sure the character, like, drawing that was here had where they wanted the eyes, the expression, the face, to go through each piece and handpick kind of do that. Very time consuming, but I love that attention to detail.
We're here to talk about the stove.
Yes, the stove.
Anyway, stove's not working. Campfire sucks by comparison. How are we fixing this?
I love it, Kaz. Get it going.
Yes, please, let's talk about the stove.
How did we run out of coal anyway? I spent 2 days in Varentia working on that last batch.
Sure, but then we ended up in the Enclave. So now we need to find more. Also in the Enclave.
I don't easily have the materials to process another batch. But the temple might have some. I hate to admit it, but that was the one really useful thing I took out of my time with the Church of the Hallowed Pyre. They know their fuels.
Great! Temple. But what good's coal without a proper place to burn it for cooking? Sola?
If we're able to find coal like before, then it'll just be a case of reforming and reinforcing the old stove. I will need a few materials. I'll draft up a list for Bryn.
Cass isn't the type to intentionally hide some coal or break a stove just to get these working together. So I reckon these are real problems.
Excellent. We're moments away from hot food. Go
Yeah,
team!
we want the hot food.
So I'll...
Go team!
Delightful. I need the enchanted coal, otherwise I'm good. Right, just Arya to check in with before we go check in with the folks at the hold.
I'm sorry.
For what?
You saw through the eye from the start, and I doubted you when I shouldn't have.
Leadership is hard. Also, hey! Her arm's no longer wrapped up. How are we
I
feeling?
have experience dealing with slimy, over-promising leaders, so foresight was on my side there.
I'm serious. I didn't realize he was capable of this.
No one could have predicted he would be manipulated so thoroughly. That level of incompetence is hard to foresee.
The Eye is the highest position of leadership within the Enclave. The most progressive place in the Maida.
I think we've built it up in our heads a little much, Arya.
One we've been
Part of the
told
problem.
stories of our entire lives.
Yeah, Prince got it.
It's become mythic.
The more time we spend here, the more I realize that those were practically fairy tales. I allowed myself to be blinded by his title. I need to be sharper next time.
It's good on her just to admit a fault straight up. It's a good leader.
Hey, mind if we talk somewhere private?
Oh?
Lead the way.
I won't be returning to expeditions. I've known for a while now, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. My days as Point are over.
No, even with the better wing.
I thought you were recovering from your injury.
Not as well as I should be. That I got injured at all was a sign that I'm not as fast as I used to be. I should count myself lucky. Not many Points get a career this long, but I'm not ready for this to end. Especially here, of all places.
Or again, if it progresses too quickly and leads to a gigantic apocalyptic magical nuke going off across the world, and then all stories of it get blown out of proportion. It's like real life history. There's always elements that, you know, we're never going to know. We were never there. So you have to interpret it and understand the lenses it's coming from. Idolizing such things has problems.
What kind of legacy is it to reach the Enclave only to sit by the fire?
Oh, Arya, don't be so hard on yourself.
You've had an incredible career. And it isn't ending just because you can't go on expeditions.
Ah, you tell her, Bryn.
I know, but it's not the same. And some part of me was hoping to end on a big score. I thought if I found out who my father was, if he turned out to be some great weaver like my mother, it's silly.
Tell me.
I thought I could solidify my legacy in history. Make sense of what my own contributions have been, if anything at all.
You led us here and we're discovering some crazy shit.
You're an incredible weaver in your own right. You don't need impressive parents to prove that. And if you had to pick your last act as Point, isn't finding your
Exactly,
way into
Bryn.
the Enclave the biggest score of all? You're everything I want to be.
That's very kind. Maybe in time I'll make peace with what my career has been. But for now, it's too raw.
Is there anything I can do?
Unless you can give me a few years back. This is grief I'll need to sit with for a while.
I
Oh,
understand. I wish there was something I could do to help Aurea see herself the way I see her. Lane knows a thing or two about recording legacies.
oh no. Lane, out their biography. What do we think?
Lane, I was wondering if you could help me with something.
What is it?
Well, it turns out Aurea's search for her father wasn't just about finding her family.
Crusades into one's lineage rarely are. Let me guess. She didn't find the missing piece of herself that she hoped she would, and now she's having an existential crisis.
Correct!
Yeah, that kind of sums it up.
It happens. So, what has all this really been about?
She knows she needs to retire, and she's struggling with what her legacy has been.
Ah. Isn't it strange how the most accomplished people never seem to recognize their own success?
Yeah, I was hoping you could help with that. After all, isn't chronicling a legacy your specialty?
We could certainly commemorate her career with a written account. A lovely idea.
Oh, they're all for it.
I would suggest we personalize it with anecdotes from each of our traveling companions, as they've been in Aurea's band longer than you or I. Would you interview them for me. Legacies may be my specialty, but you might have the leg up when it comes to connecting with others.
Starstruck eyes. What are they doing?
Sure, I can do that. Any tips on what to ask them?
Ask whatever you like. Maybe you want a few humorous stories in the mix? Or some readers prefer heartfelt. Why don't I start by interviewing you?
Me?
Sure.
Of course, we'll need your input. What has Aurea meant to you?
Aurea was legendary to me before we met. To have someone like her give me unparalleled opportunity and responsibility, it means the world to me. She's a true guiding light in my career.
Great. I'll transcribe that and start her biography. Take
Ah,
notes and
exactly,
speak to the
bub.
others and come back to me.
But here's us working together with all the folks she has helped. Pay a little back. Come on, everyone. How are we all thinking?
You know, a lot of points struggle with transitioning into a Watcher's role full-time. And there's never been a point more passionate than Aurea.
I know. I hope this eases her pain.
I'm sure it will. Now, what can I do to help?
We'll definitely highlight Auria's accomplishments, but I'm wondering if you've got any lighter stories to share.
Oh, there was this one time I had to borrow a pair of her trousers after an experiment went awry.
Hmm?
Well, borrowed without asking first.
Damn.
So you stole her trousers? And they fit you?
It was wash day, and I was trying to accelerate the drying process with a little magical heat.
You exploded your trousers.
When all my clothes went up in flames. No one else in the camp would let me touch theirs. So I borrowed a pair from Aurea while she was out on an expedition, hoping to find a solution before she returned. Alas, I did not. When she came back, she simply cocked a brow and said they looked better on me than her.
That's pretty great.
I still have those trousers. They're comfortable, so I wear them on wash day for a laugh.
Oh, I
And
love that.
if I have to belt them above my ribs, so be it.
Thanks for sharing, Dom.
Oh, I like this. We're just getting a little more on
I
Aurea.
love what you're doing for Aurea. How can I help?
Ooh. Bravest deed. How she's evolved. I want to know both of these stories. I hate that the game's making me choose when it's just story time. Evolved.
You've been in the Weaver Band the longest. How do you think Aurea has changed throughout her career?
To be a point for as long as Aurea has is extremely rare. The knowledge she's acquired at a time when Weavers have lost so much is invaluable. She's always been passionate about recovering what was lost since the Surge. Though, I think feeling alone in that ambition has taken a toll on her over the years.
In what way?
Not all Weavers are in this for our collective culture the way Aurea is. Many of them only seek personal glory.
Unsurprising.
When Casman didn't work out as her replacement point, she became worried she might never find someone that shared her vision for this band. It meant a lot when she finally found you.
Wow. Thank you, Sola.
Happy to help.
Alright. Young pup, what about you?
I haven't known Aurea for as long as the others, but she's done a lot for me. I'd like to help with your project if I can.
Of course, Sev.
What do you want to know?
Why did you choose the band, or what Aurea's done for him? I must say the latter.
You said Aurea has done a lot for you. Tell me more about that.
Oh, AJ, you're still about. Do let me know, how's the audio today? Voice compared to the game level, is my voice clear, not too loud, not too crackly? Just past couple of days I've been looking over the streams, and since I had that audio issue that cut out my mic for a full stream, every edit has been really loud and crackly. I mentioned it at the start of the stream, but I figured while you're here, I'll just steal your ear for a moment. How are we feeling? Too loud? Too quiet? Doing alright?
After everything that's happened, everything I've done, she's just accepted me as part of the band. Until now. My position in life has always felt precarious. To just be accepted, no questions asked by someone like her. It means everything.
Oh, I know that feeling, Sev. It's a very wonderful thing.
She's given me a home. All of you have.
You'll always have one with us.
For the first time in my life, I actually believe that.
Thanks, Sev.
Glad to be of service.
Oh. In the wake of tragedy, this is such a nice little quest to go through and do thereafter. Cass, how about you? Ever so gently out of earshot.
Your idea to commemorate Oria's career with Lane is lovely.
Game audio could be a little louder
How
for
can I help?
balance. Let me see. Okay, I knocked it up about 2 dB there.
If you were to summarize Oria's influence on your life, what would that be?
Oria saved me from serious burnout with the Udean relief efforts. Not to mention saving me from myself a second time here in the Enclave. I don't know if I'd still be here without her. Or any of you, for that matter. The longer I worked the relief ships, the worse the fatigue hit me. And I think that had become my entire identity.
But Aria helped.
Barely a few minutes into meeting me, Oria asked if I ever thought of becoming a weaver. I thought she was mad. But I guess she had observed me giving orders and organizing shipments on the docks all morning.
Ah, good stuff.
At the end of
Thank
the
you for your
conversation,
assistance, AJ.
I had a new purpose. And a home in our band.
That's perfect.
We'll see if it holds true when we
Thank you,
get into
Sherry.
swinging a sword at things.
My pleasure.
It should be okay. The voice one's still a little bit over the game one. Right, that's everybody. Put this book together. And give it to Aria, I assume. Aww. A quick swig of his beverage. Make sure you're doing the same out there. The Chronicles of Aria Silverbeak. Her long-standing quartermaster, Kasim Fane, has said that Aria noticed her whipping a crew into shape at the docks in Undine Town. Though Casmin had no prior weaving experience, her no-nonsense demeanour and ability to prepare a ship's departure stood out to Aria and could easily be applied to organising a caravan. Casmin herself admitted that though she was sceptical of Aria's offer at first, it was admittedly well-timed. Casmin was on the verge of burning out in service of the Udine relief efforts. Being in the service of Aria's Weaver band brought fulfillment without the cost of compassion fatigue and without exposure to the grift and corruption. Nam Kenuri, the enchanter in Aria's Weaver band, hopes that Aria will be remembered in history not just for her heroics, but for her often hidden sense of humour. He recalls a laundry day gone awry. In the hopes of accelerating the drying process, he used heat magic and set all his pants aflame. The rest of the band refused to lend him a pair for fear that their garments would too be reduced to ash, as well as... So he borrowed a pair of pants from Aria while she was on an expedition. When she returned to see Dam wearing them, she simply looked him up and down before giving an approving stoic nod. It looked better on him than her. Though Aria takes her role and her band seriously, she greets the team's occasional hijinks and missteps with a good-natured laugh. She famously never forgets to find the fun in what they're doing. Typical given the material circumstances faced by weavers nowadays, but vital nonetheless. Aria's smith, Solana Nikandor Adad, has said that Aria's ambition lies purely in restoring the collective knowledge of weaver culture. At points in their travels together, Sola has suspected that Aria has felt alone in that ambition. Many weavers chase personal glory and riches over working to rebuild what was lost in the surge. Aria is unique in her desire to find a half for her people once more, and has built a small community of like-minded friends to assist in this grand ambition. Solo's apprentice, Sebastian, has also said that he found incomparable acceptance in Aria's band, that her willingness to welcome him, despite the times where he's questioned whether or not he belongs to among weavers, has allowed him to find something he's been missing for quite some time: a home. And few relationships within any weaver band are quite so special as the one shared between Mentor and Point. Fewer still are quite so special as the one between Aria and Bryn. Britain, in short, considers herself incredibly lucky to have found a mentor with whom she can truly share her passion and ambition. The two are kindred spirits, both mentor and mentee, and two close friends besides. Though the testimonies of her band speak volumes about her influence and career, perhaps Oria's most significant contribution to either culture has been re-entering her birthplace, the Enclave. Her steadfast guidance through a storm of deadly tangles to reach the Vale, through the Enclave's wild outskirts, its abandoned capital city, and even through its now fractured political sphere, will surely be considered the first steps to its post-surge renaissance in decades to come. Aww.
My hand is cramped. But the account of Oria's career is finished.
Who is your bit added, Lane?
Great. I'll gather everyone if you're ready to present it.
Oh, we're going to do it as a team. How sop it.
Ice my quill hand. But, of course.
Let's hope she likes this.
She will.
They're always so confident. Yep, full team meeting. Started a book about you. Please be flattered.
What's going on?
The shock face! Ah, it's a beautiful detail.
We wanted to present the latest addition to Lane's archive to you, together. We all contributed, though credit goes to Lane for compiling and writing it.
I've titled it A True and Personal Account of Oria Silverbeak Harpinay.
What is going on?
AJ, they misspelled Renaissance 1 out of 10. Oh, I didn't even notice. That's only the second error I've seen in the text. But we got to hold him to account. It's fine.
We wanted to
1 out of 10. How could we do this?
commemorate your time as point.
The other one I don't think was a spelling mistake. It was just a repeat of the word and, I think.
You didn't have to do all this.
Oh, we did, Oria.
We did. You've done more for each of us time and time again.
No one is more deserving of a place in Weaver history than you, Oria.
So we took it upon ourselves to write you one.
As a thank you for everything.
I don't know what to say.
Lane, why don't you read just the opening?
Oria Silverbeak, as she came to be known, was born to Sharian Harpinay and Eugenius Osphine inside the Enclave just before the Surge.
Osphine.
Though she never knew her father, her mother hoped Oria
Hang on.
would follow in her
Arkim knows
footsteps
something.
as a skilled enchantress within the Maida. But Oria decided to become a point, blazing her own trail. Something she would continue to do throughout her career, bigger and bolder each time. We'll let you read the rest on your own.
We hope this account will help you see yourself and your accomplishments the way we see you.
I'm at a loss. All I can say right now is thank you.
Oh. No, Arkim, why did you pipe up? Look, he has a quest. I knew it. What do you know? Don't tell me. Her father was like a criminal of dire proportions. What happened?
Bryn, I was so moved by what you did for Oria. It's clear she means a lot to all of you.
Thank you. She does.
But her father, Eugenius Osphine, I know who he is.
Go on.
You do?
Yes, and I want you to make an offering for his grave.
Hmm?
I can give you a key swatch to reach it.
That's real specific.
Wait, you know where it is?
I do. And I'm sure Oria would love to watch you visit on the scry.
Okay, but shouldn't we tell her?
Trust me, this is something you should show her directly. Come back when you've got the offering and I'll give you the key swatch.
Huh. Its own, like, separate area? What do you mean? Do I have the materials already? I need a feather from Oria and 20 winter scrap stipe. It's alright, I can get that stuff. Do I get the feather from Oria? How do I ask? Oh, it's just dropped off her on the table.
One of Oria's feathers would be beautiful as part of the offering for her father's grave.
Luckily, they've opened up this trade supply caravan. I love it. I can just get any resource I want as long as I sacrifice other resources. What let me level up my weapons last time? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I need 10 more at 4 each. 40. Few more for good measure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should do it. Beautiful offering to be placed on Eugenius Osfane's grave. Personalised with Warrior's feathers.
An offering.
First she gets her pants stolen, and now her feathers.
Time to talk
For shame,
now.
I say, says AJ. Oh, it's a fair point. It's a fair point.
I've made an offering for Eugenius's grave.
Great. Here's the key swatch to his farm. That's where he was buried. I'll join Aurea at the scry when you arrive.
Are you sure you don't want to be the one to place the offering? This was your idea, after all.
It will be more meaningful for her if it's you. Trust me.
All right. Thank you for this.
Well, I did want to head to the hold to do more heavy story stuff, but
Inspiration lane?
it sounds like it's not going to be a full zone. I suppose we just have a peek first. Also, look at my fancy sword now, AJ. You may have noticed, instead of just the one flaming band, there are 3 going down it, bits of lava, and a much thicker blade. Same with the bow and the great sword, and the sword and shield. They all got fancier. It's fine pastures. Farm Sort by Aurea is now available through the loom gate. Peace and prosperity. Okay, let's have a quick look. I'm going to assume this isn't a place for fighting. More of those beasts of burden like Arthur.
What is this place?
Osvine pastures. Your father's farm.
There are no codex entries. There's nothing to fight or find. Still got its delightful little map. Look at the little creatures in the middle there. I necessarily love heart around one's head. That's so cute.
I thought you'd want to see it for yourself.
My father lived here.
It's got its own
More than
aerolith.
lived. He gave his blood, sweat, and tears for the Enclave here. Eugenius Osvine may not have a statue.
I see what you did there, AJ, because it's a fire sword. Thank you.
But he kept the surviving weavers afloat during the aftermath of the surge.
I had no idea.
Oh. What an idyllic little farm. Oh, there are bits. Quiet pond, placid waters, fish swimming and shimmering below. Can't activate any of my jumping stuff, so I assume there's going to be nothing. Can't climb either, so I just need to make sure I investigate the corners. Aha! I knew it! Because it doesn't tell me how many codex entries are here. Very cheeky game. Road to market, or travelled by cart and caravan. Look at them sunbeams. I love it. It's overgrown, but it's a decent farmhouse. So I'm growing used to your puns, AJ. I'm growing used to them, bit by bit, day by day. Oh, it doesn't show me where I am on the map. Don't know how far to go around places, but I suppose we check the building out first. Can't open the door. Some arcs here. Overgrown. Not combative. Not violent.
After the surge, he only kept enough produce to take care of himself and his workers. The rest went to weavers across the Enclave, and his generosity led to many helping him in return.
I can't believe he did so much for the Enclave.
He was a true leader, if not in the most traditional way. A community of workers formed around him, including ex-points, who would transport his food across the Enclave in these caravans. many of whom went on to form the Scouts as an organization that still exists within Cassidon's Hold today.
Oh, I love this little tail end
So
for
that's
Arya.
how you know all this.
Again, I mainly just want to make sure I do not miss any little bit of codex entry. Okay, there's the line. Back of the place.
Before the arcs began malfunctioning, they were integral to farming across the Enclave. Many farmers refused to stop using them because of their efficiency, even at the risk of their farmhands being attacked.
Right, absolutely.
Your father
And none more
scrapped his
important
arcs
than
as
ones
soon
like
as he
this.
got wind of the first malfunction to keep his workers safe.
That can't have been an easy decision.
But he made it anyway.
Everyone thought he was mad at the time, but in a few months when the attacks became widespread, his forethought was recognized.
Taking it in. Okay, there's the line. Stick to the edge and make sure. Lovely view of the valley below. The windmills and farms
After
too.
the surge, aftershocks destroyed many farms, including this one.
Oh, you can see the
spread
rubble.
across the land. Crops began to die. While other farmers abandoned their livelihood, Eugenius never did. He had to rebuild many times, but he weathered every storm.
Wow.
That absolutely is.
My mother
It's a
told
shame it
me
being
he
a side
was
quest means a lot of folks might never see it.
Of all his workers,
Hope they do.
Eugenius was said to be the first one in the field each morning and the last to leave at night.
He sounds a lot like you, Arya.
I didn't expect them to like craft a full zone for this kind of thing either. It's really sweet. There's the grave, so I want to make sure I check everything first. What, this?
This looks like a wooden carving of your
Ah.
mother, Arya.
Please, bring it back for me.
Oh, you hear that waver in the voice. Bless her. Quick look about. Game says no further than that. That's alright, I'm just making sure we don't miss any codex entries. I highly doubt there's going to be a single reason to come back to this place, other than just to look at it and be at peace. Check the other side of the house. The image had a little farm with 3 of those. Maybe they're still alive, grazing in the field, and we can go give pets. Look! They're all fine, and there's way more than 3. Make sure there isn't a codex entry on this little bit. Seems clear. Now, you know, if it gives me the option to pet one, I'll be petting them all. Without question. Oh my god, it begins. Not on your face. No. I apologise. Got an achievement. Can I pet that Krell? Pet any Krell in Osfine pastures. And I will pet them all game. And they know their names as well. Krell. Fascinating beast of burden. Won't be an achievement so associated with this one, but I don't care. They haven't had pets for God knows how many years. Just like you make this game an MMO, this is like a mount you can have. Not even an MMO, just whatever they do with the franchise next. You get on top pets. Aha, look, codex entry as well. Weather diary. Surprisingly well preserved, filled with the thoughts and hopes. Eugenius Osfine. I'm sorry, I've got the auto climb thing turned on, so this is just how it's going to be. Okay, now I weave my way around. They all must get pets. Every single goddamn one. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. There's even more down here. That was sleeping. My only point, someone who's lived near lots of fields and farms, I imagine the smell's not great. That's the only thing that I bear in mind. Whenever a farmer, at the turn of a season, has just a gigantic pile of shit at one end of the field, I tell you, it doesn't half reek across the land for weeks and weeks on end. Cows are also super loud, by the way. They cough and splutter like someone who's had too much to drink. Sat outside having a cigarette and suddenly you hear... Okay, and then just you two in the middle. Yep, head pats. And the last one. There you all go. I assume, unless there's one more little bit of codex hidden on this bottom bit. There isn't. I get that, AJ. I think what it used to be is the old farmer didn't used to do that. They spread manure around in a very even keel. They never really did a gigantic pile. When this new farmer came in a good, I don't know, 7 or so years ago, giant festering pile. Especially in the really hot summers we've been getting. Not fantastic. It's a pretty grave.
This must be your father's grave, Aurea.
Oh.
I'll place an offering here. It certainly won't be lonely. Are all these offerings for Eugenius, Eric? Some of the flowers are fresh.
Most people do come
The
here.
scouts continue to take care of his grave to this day.
Aww.
Honor all the sacrifices he made for the Enclave.
He must have been an incredible man.
This is so much more than I ever could have expected. Thank you for showing me, Eric. Truly. And Bryn, when you come back to camp, there's something I need to do.
Understood, Captain. Oh, I can't fast travel out. That's okay. Lovely spot. Goodbye, farm. Oh, hang on. Is someone hidden around the back here? No, I had to check. Alright, Captain, what's up? 100%, AJ. 100%.
All right, everyone. It's no secret that my role in our band is
Hugs all around.
what each of you has done to help me find peace in that is more than anyone deserves. And the time has come for me to say that serving each of you as point has been just...
Oh, she's gonna cry. If she cries, I'm gonna cry.
Being your point has been the privilege of my life. I've loved every minute of it. But in every ending, there's a new beginning. She's been doing the job since we got here, and the time has come for us to congratulate Bryn on formally becoming your point.
Oh, well, thank you.
Well deserved.
She's been exceptional. We're in great hands.
Bryn, care to say a few words?
Oh. Aurea.
Aurea, You brought me into your band with the promise of mentoring me. And it's been more than I ever dreamed. If I can become half the point you've been, I will be happy.
It's crazy to think I ever doubted you. But you were made for this. I'd follow you anywhere.
I couldn't ask for someone better to pass the torch to.
Thank you, Aurea. That means everything.
We didn't quite get a voice crack from anyone, but it's
You earned
okay.
it. And I should have done it a while ago. It was just hard to let go.
Oh. Oh, got another achievement with a rare sparkly outline. Discover the truth, Aurea's heritage.
Is the key to securing the source.
Oh, and there's the statue. Oh. How are we feeling? Still Captain Aurea.
What my father did for the Enclave is... well, it's more than I could hope to achieve. It's funny. My mother never lied about who he was, but she did leave a lot out.
Sounds like he was the hero she described. If not in the way you expected. But from where I'm standing, he seems more deserving of a statue than most.
Yes. You know I never looked down on my father for being a farmer, right? My reaction to finding out his identity for the first time wasn't about his job or him not being who I wanted or expected him to be.
Oh.
It was about me. Not being who I thought I wanted to be.
Oh. It takes a lot to admit something like
But
that.
perhaps my way of measuring success has been far too narrow all these years. And I can't help but wonder if my mother's was too. If that might be why she never told me who he was.
Maybe that was a part of it.
It wasn't like she put pressure on me, but there were always unspoken expectations. I needed to perform. And I'm grateful to her for that. I wouldn't have the career I've had if it weren't for her. She was a great mentor. But perhaps there's a cycle to break when it comes to how my family has defined its legacy.
I think that's beautiful.
You do?
No, shock face again. Whenever she has an opportunity for them to just shock face on Aurea. I know, I just love it.
Of course. I told you I look up to you. I can't wait to learn as much from this phase of your career as I have from all the others.
I'd agree. Extremely important role, AJ, and a lot of hard bloody work.
Me too.
Like a lot of things. Extremely stressful, underpaid. Anything that does, you know, the tangible things society needs to do to survive. I think that goes across the board for most of them. Understaffed, underpaid, underrespected where they should be. Farmers, teachers, nurses, firemen, police, though that's a lot more controversial for some people, but the effort of keeping people safe, I suppose. Anyone who looks out for the world in general, puts food on the table, even if it's like, you know, folks just work in retail, your world would crumble without all these things. We'll quietly and quickly insert the fuck billionaires, screw capitalism message, and we'll move on very quickly. It's okay. I'm not going to tangent for hours this time. Oh, I got them all. Fantastic. The Osfine Pastures. An agrarian haven, seemingly frozen in time. Blanketed in afternoon sunlight that drapes itself across the hills. It's hard to imagine that a place like Osfine Pastures could survive the devastation of the surge. Indeed, it's not only survived but flourished, establishing itself as arguably the Enclave's last refuge of peace and prosperity under the stewardship of Aurea Silverbeak's father, Eugenius Osfine. Located northwest of Denevron, the farm sits not half a day's walk of the Great Chasm. Though one can hardly tell looking from ground level, this valley was spared from the worst of the surge's upheavals, and any damage was quickly repaired. This homestead has a history dating back to the founding of the Enclave. The Osfine family, Auburn farmers hailing from the west, they clayed to the land sight unseen in an attempt to supply the growing population of Arden's Landing. The lands between the landing and what would later be Denevron were blessed with rich soils, leaving the land lush and ripe for cultivation, and the Osfine Pastures soon became a symbol of the Enclave's bread basket, contributing to the Enclave's self-sufficiency. The continued survival of the pastures in the aftermath of the surge is purely thanks to the prudence of Eugenius, fifth of his line. His keen attention to detail allowed him to identify malfunctions in the labouring arcs before they manifested into violent behaviours, and his choice to remove them helped the farmstead become a lifeline for the Half-Siders as the rest of the Enclave's farms were gradually obliterated by rampaging constructs. Despite his essential contributions to the lives of countless Half-Siders, recovered diaries from both Osfine and his contemporaries paint a portrait of a heartbroken man. Oh. As the years passed, Eugenius would increasingly ruminate on the fact he did not know whether his wife and child had survived the surge. He never remarried. By the time of his death, he was a man consumed. Every aspect of daily life somehow reminded him of his lost family. It is no shock that he threw himself into woodworking. The survivors of this... Oh man, that bit nearly got me tear up. Bloody hell. I didn't realise the end of his life was just like, oh, he never knew his daughter and... Survivors of the surge, dwindling in number, still pay their respects to this day at a memorial site like the Scouts erected in Eugenius's honour. Likewise, the farm still provides much-needed supplies. It seems that Eugenius and the workers at Osfine Pastures will always be remembered as heroes of the Enclave. Oh. Seems like we're absolutely there, AJ, in that front. We shouldn't be. I don't think there's much reason for billionaires to exist. I don't think any individual needs that amount of wealth. But it's a whole other thing. I know. I think over time I've made my thoughts on such things pretty clear. It's wild to me. Right, let's head to the hold, where... Let's see if the eye has the backbone to at least show his face. Maybe apologise. Oh god, and we just got the axle and the spindle together!
You are hardly in any position.
Oh my god, kill him! Kill him!
The council
Taking his shoulders off.
unanimously
Oh.
stripped you of your role. You no longer hold the privileges of the Eye.
Yo! Just went for it!
And how quickly did you convene that council?
You fucking trying weasel.
You hardly waited for my daughter's body to cool.
Bastard. She loved her.
She is dead because of you. Because of your reckless behavior and deception, no less.
Harun, how dare you? Every decision I've made, every action I've taken has been for her protection.
Abandoning her at the Grand Gate was for her protection. We all saw you on the scry.
We did.
And that is Khan Arteme to you, Kenrick.
Is this a bad time?
No, Bryn. What do you mean? Keep going.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
No. You're more than welcome at Cassidon's Hold. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for you.
I came to offer my condolences. To both of you.
I disagree, AJ. Let him suffer.
Oh. Thank you.
In the end, she was braver than any of us could have imagined. She took a stand and did what she believed was right. I owe her my life.
She was exceptional. It's hard to imagine the Enclave will ever recover from this loss.
Or yourself, Axel, sounds like.
Then why are you so opposed to giving her the funeral she deserves?
With the Surgeborn swarming Denevron, we can't risk a trip to the Hallowpire Rise.
For generations, every Stanild has received the right...
It's all about
to
legacy
on
with this
death.
guy. Fucking...
Isla will not be the exception to this.
Could I perform the rite on your behalf?
You? Don't tell me you're a Hallowpire priestess on top of being a righteous pain in my ass.
Gave you an answer to your problem, you piece of garbage. Oh, they've written him like when you're able to hate a character, like you think of the worst in Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or any other of the big long-running shows. Like One Piece is another great example. Like hate like a Akainu or Blackbeard. Like my god, AJ, let God sort him out. I mean, you make a fair point. People be free, there is the chance they can do so again. Like Cthulhu, sort him out.
Skies, do you want a funeral or not? She's our best option.
Exactly, Axel. Exactly.
Isla saved my life. I want to help you honor her death.
I suppose you do owe her that.
You see how he framed that? I owe her that. God, he's a piece of garbage.
Fine. For the rite of ashes, you need to burn an object that was sacred to the deceased upon the high pyre. As you collect the ashes, you must read a rite aloud to thank the flames for bringing the deceased to rest.
Do you have an object that was sacred to Isla?
Isla's most prized possessions aren't in Cassidon's hold. She had a secret refuge in Dredger's Mire. You're sure to find something. She was always sneaking away at night to work there.
Understood.
You knew she was sneaking out of Cassidon's hold.
I knew my daughter better than she realized. Return to me with the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn.
Oh, now you want a natter as well. Where's my punch button, game? Where's my punch button? Give it to me!
Ridiculous! The Stanilds have been receiving the rite of ashes at the Hallowpire Rise for generations.
You're angry about the quest you've...
That Hiram doesn't want to send a mourning party is an insult to her memory.
That's not fair. You know Khan Otame would love to give Isla.
Don't say her name.
If I...
All I'm saying is the Axel lost someone too. You don't need to make this harder on her.
And who, pray tell, is working to ease my pain?
My guy, you walked away. You caused all this.
Answer is in the silence. No one.
You have endeared no sympathy. I gave you condolences too. Punch button. Give it.
Let me guess. You've come to ask me to apologize to your naive lawkeeper.
Yes, that too. You were a bastard.
No.
No? Isn't that what self-proclaimed heroes do? Demand justice for your friends?
What a wild statement when yesterday he called himself one.
I would never ask Lane to waste their energy on a conversation with you again. Do I think how you spoke to them was a disgusting, brutish display? Absolutely. But justice doesn't come with an apology from you, does it?
They attacked my legacy. I merely put them in their place.
Exactly. Without remorse, an apology would just be posturing.
Mm-hmm.
No. Justice is served in the way Lane still chooses kindness every day, despite people like you trying to tear them down.
Their research tore me.
Justice is served in the way Lane gets to continue living as their wonderful, talented self. Whereas you have to keep living as yourself. As someone who is clearly in so much pain over his own existence, he needs to make other people feel small, so he can look big.
You tell him, Bryn.
I am far too exhausted to beleaguer this issue.
I've got to admit, beleaguer's a good word.
So we agree. There is no need for you to ever speak to or about Lane again.
See, this is where in the Mass Effect there'd be that renegade option just to break his nose.
I suppose we agree on that.
Good, then we're done. What's happening over here? Oh.
You're going to speak to the Talon?
I don't expect to get much out of it.
Oh,
but
that's
yes.
who's back here.
Be careful. Clearly the Talon was able to manipulate Kenrick. And while I know you're not the idiot he is, speaking to that thing is risky.
But it's Amelia Tyler. It's the Baldur's Gate 3 narrator. I want to hear her speak.
Just have to find out what I can. If the Talon has any insight that can help us.
It's a risk worth taking, I know. Just don't reveal anything in the process.
I will try. Nothing else in the room. Hello.
I knew you'd be back. Dreadfully predictable.
And here I thought I surprised you. Or was your herald getting kicked back to the source part of the plan?
Don't steal credit. Your great Archon pushed us back. Not you.
I was doing fine. I got walloped a few times, but I was winning that fight.
And I'm quite certain Judging by the way you charge straight to the Grand Gate upon hearing my plan, you favor misguided heroics.
Love how she's dragging out the word plan. Almost reveling in it.
Let me guess. You're going to try for a rematch.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Let's not lie to each other. I like you.
Hmm.
Can't say the feeling's mutual.
I don't know, Bryn.
Come now, I want to be confidants. Friends, even.
Oh no. See, now it's labeling all these here, and I'm like, what will I accidentally give it away? Let's insult Kenrick a little more first.
In my experience, Kenrick Stanold isn't exactly the trusting type. How did you convince him to open up to you?
I played the part of his distressed prisoner. Please, please, don't hurt me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just let me live.
That's wild. Entire demeanor just changed. That's fantastic.
He was all too willing to believe I was helpless. After all, that would mean he had power.
I feel like that card could have been played on us, the player, as well, but I kind of respect this decision more.
The Hearthsiders believe you were born out of the Surge. Is that really where you come from?
Great.
I will keep some secrets to myself for now.
You wanted to be friends, goddammit.
I thought we were friends.
Yeah, Bryn, we're on the same page.
Not yet. But we will be. And when that day comes, I will share more with you.
Honey coming off the tongue, trying to just, yeah, it's wiggling its way into my ears.
How did you end up down here anyway?
I let myself be captured.
Okay.
Why?
It became apparent that I wasn't going to uncover the secrets behind the Enclave's power by raising its capital to the ground.
So, are you an individual, or are you Surgeborn like hive mind? Are you some kind of leader? There's so many questions.
Oh, I do miss the raising.
Okay, so you're all clearly happy to be violent.
Still, I needed intel that I could only get from the inside. So I allowed myself to be captured and waited until the leader of the Enclave came to visit me alone one day.
The others must have known then, to a degree.
Kenrick had influence and insecurities, making him the perfect target. It felt quite special that I only spoke to him. It helped that he assumed our herald couldn't pass through the Grand Gate when he staged his attack.
How did it get through? The resonance modulator should have filtered out Surgeborn.
Too big, maybe?
You didn't have a sample of that particular search form.
Fine. Let's be friends.
Bryn,
Why don't
please.
you tell me what the Surgeborn are after so I can help you get it?
I don't know, AJ. Compared to the two options you've raised there, Sineach and Worm Tongue, this is a more honeyed voice. Maybe I am just susceptible to such things. Oh no. A dark mirror.
I told you, don't lie to me.
To be fair, loved Amelia Tyler since we first heard her in Divinity Original Sin 2. She does a fantastic job.
But because my offer of friendship is genuine, I'll tell you.
Also, from the little bit of voice work I've done, the idea of all of those Baldur's Gate 3 lines must have been so much bloody work, so much time. Like, my god. She actually has a YouTube channel with some of the outtakes, which is really fun to dig into.
I'm after the same thing you're after. Magic.
Magic.
And the power that comes with it.
Just straight up magic.
But Surgeborn already wield magic.
Not nearly enough of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know the lust for magical power is insatiable. Why else are you risking everything to tear strands of it from behemoths.
I see, but I can only level mine up twice. There's a hard limit on what I do.
I'm not power hungry.
Don't lie. Especially when your actions betray your words with such ease.
I mean, if in theory it went up endlessly, Uh-oh. We move on.
Kenrick Stanold is in rough shape after being your confidant.
I don't think for an individual, to be fair, I never played much of the GTA games. I respect what they do. They're not for me. I struggle to think a single individual has as much work as that narration, though. But nonetheless, not taking away from it, neither. I ain't dick swinging here. It's just... it's tough work.
I would never treat you like I treated him. You're different. Special.
You just told me you told him that he was special.
Trust me. In time, you'll consider us kindred spirits.
I'm still not fully convinced there isn't an element of these that are either people who used to live here. Maybe, I don't know, my brain immediately said, that's me from the future, but that seems way too far-fetched.
Doubt it.
See you soon.
This does seem a very late in the game plot point as well. Assuming I am late in the game. Axel, I got a few things to natter with you. First, how you doing?
Hey, I can't imagine how you must be feeling.
I am broken.
Yeah, we just got them together. It's why I didn't expect a character death.
Everyone wants a piece of me. Regardless.
Because you're in charge.
For now. Someone had to be. I don't know how I'm supposed to carry on like this.
Oh, there's the voice crack. Oh no.
Without her, my support is gone. My foundations crumbled to dust. She wouldn't want me to cry. So I won't.
You can if you need to. I know our Weaver Band is still fairly new here, but you've got our support. All of us.
The funeral will honor her memory. Even if it's not what he wants, she would understand that it's enough. One day at a time, Bryn.
Oh.
That's all we can promise to ourselves.
You mentioned you were in charge. Does that mean you're the new Eye now?
So the council is larger than just the 3 main representatives.
Oof.
As you heard, we convened and unanimously agreed that Kenrick had overstayed his welcome in the role of the Eye. So he's been stripped of that, and by default, that means I'm in charge. Emergency authority.
Oh no, she was already overworked.
Am I the Eye? No. And nor do I particularly want to be right now. But when the time is right to hold elections, we'll do so. We need to break this cycle.
What cycle do you mean?
Council seats weren't permanent before the surge. That idea was Kenrick's.
Oh. That makes
And
sense.
it's clearly not worked out for us. So again, once we've solved this crisis, we'll chart a new path. Assuming we survive. After all, we could all be dead this time next week.
Nah, we'll be fine. I hope. But also, we found some intel.
Before you ask, the answer is maybe.
Fair enough, we leave.
About the scries? You know?
Of course I know. In this role, I can't afford to be oblivious to one of my colleagues sneaking about.
Yep, it's fair, it's fair.
And while well-meaning, Arakim is about as stealthy as a glass tail on rice paper.
Wild. That is such a scathing burn for the poor bastard.
Which brings me to my question. The answer will tip me from maybe to yes or no. Why are you here and not him?
Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I should be honest with her.
Khan Arteme, you know Kenrick's temper as well as anyone. How many times did Arakim get punished for daring to step out of line? He has incredible intentions and will do anything to help your people. But you need to build his trust and confidence.
Let me come again to the point. Why you and not Arakim?
I feel like
Honestly, I don't think he knows how to ask.
that's fair. We've had to introduce him to so many people.
It's as simple as him asking me. I am not Stanhild.
No. But you have to prove that to Arik as much as he has to prove himself to you. That was the lesson I learned from Oria. The best leaders are mentors and meet their people halfway. That's what Arik needs from you.
An interesting point. I suppose he did not receive much support. Well, ever. Very well. You have my approval. I shall be watching very closely to see how this proceeds. And fair winds. I hope you can find your answers. I just wish Isla were here to help.
I know. Oh. We need to hunt for some documents in the Institute. We need to hunt for the Spindle's personal stuff in Dredge's Mire. Then we need new coal in Hallowpire, which we'll do after the stuff we need from there, because that'll go over. And then we need to consult with Arkham to learn the results of the investigations. That one's first. What I'm going to do, I'm going to head back to base camp, see if we've got any updates with folks there. And I'll take a bio break, and then we'll head out. Start knocking out some of these quests. We also need to practice with this new jump ability. Or teleport ability, or tunnel ability, or whatever it is. Asmin, how are we doing? What's up?
The last conversation I had with the Spindle was about Ira's plague. I went to Cassidy's Hold to visit her.
Oh, she made the balm.
Really? Well, my understanding was that she didn't experience it herself.
No, but she understood being stigmatized by it. Even though Ira's plague affects many races, most believe it only affects Kashar. I haven't known many others like me throughout my life. Not intimately, at least. It was nice to speak with someone who understood that part of me.
I'm glad you got that chance.
Agreed. We never know how much time we'll have with someone.
Let's make every second of ours count then.
No.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
You soppy pear. I love it. Alright, Akim. Got you your heads up.
What did we learn about the scries, fellas?
Nothing good, unfortunately.
God damn it, Akim.
You know how all enchanted things use woven patterns to achieve their effects yet? Well, the scries used here for decades were warped. There's no other way to describe them.
Some sort of corruption or decay?
Not exactly. More like elements had fused or connected in different ways than were intended by the enchanter.
That sounds really dangerous when this kind of magic system and the enchanting system is all about weaving literal strands together, that it could all get tangled.
I take it that's not normal.
Darm's never seen it, and I asked the High Enchanter, and he had never heard of it either.
Even more worrying is that the Myriad's bloom also behaved strangely while we were trying to distill it. Normally there is a very rote set of steps, but it took Lane and I several tries to find the proper alchemic ratios to make it useful.
And then we have the Spitfires, acting more aggressive than normal,
No.
nesting in odd places.
I don't want any more fire wasps.
Putting it all together, we're seeing a worrying pattern of unexplained changes.
Ones that would be hard to notice if a certain band hadn't broken through the veil. We can confirm these changes aren't happening outside the Enclave.
Huh. What do we do about it then?
Worry.
Darm and I have been talking about it and have some ideas. Give us a little bit of time to see if we can come up with a plan.
Now, is that little bit of time, when I press the A button, walk away, turn around, will there be a bit of bubble?
Leave you to it.
Of course there will. I don't know what it is about video games and that. It's not an uncommon issue. Not even that it's an issue. I suppose you want to grab your quests and get out there again, but even so. Maybe it's a different topic entirely. Nope, never mind.
Chemically odd plants and degraded scries.
In those 30 seconds, Eric. Goodness me.
We've got a working hypothesis, but we're going to need to lean on you again to prove it.
Aye, aye.
What's led you to the hypothesis?
Darm's been digging into the scry and noticed some tiny changes in yours that he's not seen before.
Ooh, very nice, AJ. There'll be steak for me later, so I'm with you there.
Lane used a few leftover petals from the Mirian's bloom to run more tests. You really have an incredibly talented team here.
I know, they're fantastic.
You're right on top of this.
I have been taking notes from my favorite point. She has this habit where she just drags things forward by force of will.
I do, don't I? There's just so much to do. Why ask permission when the next step is right there? As long as I don't have to do any more cross-swamp runs, count me in.
Worse, I'm afraid.
Mm-hmm.
We think the source of the problem might be the miasma. Darm's theory is that it's slowly affecting the patterns inside the Enclave.
Oh, very nice, bub, very nice.
Our enchantments?
Everything. We've never been able to perceive or harvest them, but there's a school of thought that everything alive has a pattern in it. And if that pattern allows us to interact with and control magic, the theory goes that magic might be able to affect us in turn.
Sound yet worrying theory?
You think we're in danger?
Obviously, tangles are inherently dangerous, but that's the question we want to answer. Could they affect the creatures here in more subtle ways?
Well, some of the enemies about took on elemental effects.
Could too much magic explain the Spitfire's behavior? If so, we have to worry there might be long-term effects on all of us.
Spirits. How do we prove it?
You've been collecting resonance for all your time in here, as have our enchanters. That data gives us a baseline. What he needs, then, is a comparison resonance harvested during a miasma from any of the natural beasts. Arcs won't help, alas.
Okay, so I need a monster in a zone that has miasma up, and it can't be a robot.
Right. I'll tackle it as soon as I can.
Very specific. Yep, and I have to get the strand. Alright.
This is the first time in a while Casmin has chosen a love story for book club.
Ooh.
The last romantic pick was when we'd stopped in Sansa to barter our Frostbane leather.
Kaz kept sneaking glances at that blonde merchant who swore like a docker.
Bryn's a better match anyhow.
Huzzah. I mean, it's a good theory, AJ. Maybe out-of-hand magic and the miasma is certainly what did it. I still think the coral has something to do with it. Like, the coral must be what leads to that miasma and then, therefore, the Surgeborn. We've got to get to that source place to find out.
I've been running more tests on the bloom you recovered.
You didn't need it all for Darm's tools?
No, thankfully. We had a number of false starts with the alchemical processes, but we had enough petals even then.
Okay.
It does speak to the issue, though. I tried every control I could think of, and can only conclude that the bloom itself is off.
Could it just have been that one flower?
Perhaps. Either way, it warrants further study. But Arakim's offered to help us collect more, so it won't impact you.
Long-term effects of things that we can't really see or feel for a long time. Very worrying. Alright, let's have a quick look through the list and see if there is any beastie on a miasma place. Oh, there's an arc with miasma, but that's not what we need. So none have spawned yet, so I can't do that quest until we come back to camp again and rearrange the day. So the next one in line would be Dredge's Mire. And we'd go from Dredge's Mire to Upper Denevron, then head back to camp again. What was the weather like? A flash freeze, but my armor has a decent amount of cold resist. It should be fine. Alright, before I get going with that next one then, I'm gonna have myself a quick bio break. Let me just tippity type it into the chat for those coming in. Tappity, tappity, tap, tap. There we go. Alright, folks, stretch your legs, refill your beverage. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Wait, no. Yeah, there we go. I'll see you soon. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Headset back on. So we'll give us a drink. No, I'm nearly out of tea already. It's a good job there's a good stein of water there. Up to the fields then. Swoosh! Away we go. And for those who didn't see yesterday, I'll show off the upgraded sword move. Usually it would just do the spin, leave a little fire round and stop. Now it does a double swam and a bop down. I love it. It's a little thing, but I'm of two minds about the game not saying, hey, if you upgrade your weapon to the max level, it will upgrade the ability on it. Because on the one hand, it's a lovely surprise. On the other hand, if I'd known about it, I would have worked to get there sooner. Too frosty. Maybe I should have worn my frost resist gear. Oh, I've got this new move. Yes, our magical tunnel of force. Oh, and I have to kind of aim it up. Okay, it kind of throws me forward a little bit. Not quite as much as the bubble. Lasts for a wee bit as well. It's fine. I think leveled up it's going to be more impressive. Oh, they have to be right on me for that line or swing. Goddamn icy ground. Let's pop a cold resist potion. Should have absolutely worn my cold resist gear. Grew arrogant. Hang on. Hold a veil set up this way. There's a load of these buggers about. I don't think they used to be.
That might be Isla's secret refuge.
Oh!
It's actually not too far from Lucia's workshop. Isla dedicated her life to restoring the
Oh, hello.
research. But for now, what might she consider?
Get frosty, friend. No, AJ, no! There's no pattern of getting overconfident with new skills and weapons and things. It's not a pattern you'll see repeatedly as time goes on the channel. What do you mean in combat with who? Statue? Is there an invisible enemy nearby? Oh, hello. When did you walk in? I need to summon... I haven't seen the level 3 upgrade for Little Servant. Game. Why can't I summon little friend? There we go. Oh, now he just has 3 balls. Go on, little fella. Oh, stop being cautious. Get in there. I like that he kind of takes aggro. Oh, my frost potion's going to run out. I'm sorry, little friend. There's a big AoE swings. It's going to explode. Nice. You got the kill. There was 2 of them.
A letter from the Axel. I should take it back to her.
Oh.
A toy Archon. That's sweet. Dom, do you think this could work for the Rite of Ashes?
It's perfect.
Huh. I also had a copy of On the Well. Wait, I'm losing you.
Hear me better now?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Weird. The scry was cutting out.
Strange. At any rate, the book could be useful.
Once you've completed a ritual,
Why was the
I'll
scry
take
cutting out? So it seems as though if I aim the tunnel thing like at much more of a high angle, it does send me further than the bubble, at least in my heavy armor. Don't die to the cold damage. Alright, Upper Denevron next then. Hang on. There's a Winter Tide Arc wandering around. I don't want to go and fight them. Not in the fast freeze where they're going to be extra powerful. Glasstail, it depends what area it's in. Quickest way to the rise, probably from the Guild District. See how easily this kinetic tunnel kind of helps me traverse up high buildings. The bubble only kind of helped with that. I just yeeted into it and banged my head more often than not. The discovery of using low weight armor to actually literally be less heavy and fling myself about worked very well. But like that roof, for example, if I just aim like here. Hey. That's pretty good. I'll be able to find some more of those yellow developer bricks. I haven't found one in quite a few streams. Been hidden in some very cheeky places, to be fair. As a way to like pay some homage to the devs who've made your game, I love just picking up a collectible that just has a dev's name on it. A lot of games didn't do that on like gravestones and things like that, or books you could find about the place, or portraits. Divinity did that for its I think some of its backers. Beautiful. Still all very frosty.
This place never fails to impress. Just imagine it before the veil went up. Wouldn't have had to scavenge for alchemically treated coal at any rate. Sad to burn such a sweet toy.
Goddamn ice. I'll burn the toy in a moment, the moment I make it less icy. There we go.
Now to collect the ashes.
I think that's a pretty good way to do it. There from AJ in the chat. In Desperados Free, some regular enemies are named after the devs. You get an achievement if you murk them all. That's a fun way to do it.
Though the flame abates and the ash grows cold, let she who worshipped you rest in eternal warmth.
Beautiful, Bryn.
Sure Islands.
There it is again. The scry is cutting in and out. Dam? Aurea?
We're... Can you hear me now?
That's concerning.
Back.
Why don't you bring the ashes to Cassidon's hold? I'll analyze the scry. Something strange is afoot.
Sturgeborn doing something? Alright, well I still need to go to the Institute. I also need to gather these materials for the stove. Up there. Ooh, this is a good test phase for it. Almost. But yeah, that's... Actually, angling it like that is way more useful than the bubble. Oh look, a new codex entry. Archers. Exploded. Thank you. I thought for a moment it was still alive in there. Blackened inscription. Dedicated in the 89th season of Ash. Burn may the flame endure. Still seeing some codex entries that were just a little bit out. I didn't even realise there was an area up here, but I'm glad a quest has led me in this direction. Why you wait to do the big collectathon stream until you're at the point of no return and all the side quests have been done? Otherwise, it might well lead you there. Oh, wow. Coal was still hot, just left in a little bucket here. Oh, hang on, that shot me a little far. Want it to be on the top, because I bet, at least on this side. Okay, aim it there. Yep. Any brick over here, developer? Got any names? Tippity top? That's part of the building. At some point I was good at finding these and now I'm just buggered. Okay, that's talking with Dom. So it's just heading to the Institute next, but you do want to do a bit of fighting. Otherwise it'll be a very talk-heavy stream. I gotta mix it up a little bit. Where's that glass tail? Figured it would just be in the gardens. Does this thing incur fall damage? Now we have to for science. Yeah, it does. It does. I shouldn't have been surprised. Glasstail's not here. Is it in the arena-y bit? Aha, it is. Hello, friend. I'm coming to break all of your stuff. It aimed that attack before. That was jammy game. Let me get a couple of gravity balls on it. That homed in a way that was very upsetting. Alright, flame all over its side. Oh yeah, go! Put it in fireballs. That spell you basically, ow, you pick a point and fire just explodes outward from it. The reason I want to do a gravity ball with that is so all the flames get redirected back again. At least I think that's how I can get it to work. Okay, got the dodge there. I'm doing loads of damage to it with that. Means I'm not breaking as many parts as I'd like, but give me that main. Hit the horn instead of the main. Burn it. There we go. Nope, nope. Swine. There was still that achievement I saw where I have to lock down all 4 legs. I'm finding it quite difficult to do. Mainly because I keep climbing on things. Yeah, he just gets out of it. Fine, you get burned. That was almost really bad. But yeah, that fully leveled fire spell just does the work. Bang. Oh no, bless her, AJ. Such is both the joy and curse, seeing someone enjoy a game you've played through. Part of the allure. You know what's coming. You see those highs and lows, the change of excitement to despair and whatever comes next. The joy of fighting a boss, that kind of thing. It's quite a unique experience with games, I find. Okay, so nearest teleporter up there. Can my little tunnel not have me die? Probably. Yep. Scissors, how we doing? Oh dear, they're just not up to snuff these days. Exactly, is it? That way. Thread that needle. Hey! Beautiful. Alright, to the Institute. Which is clear with an Ark of the Forge. Also, make sure that there's no miasma monster in another place. Nah, it's going to take me going back to base. Hang on, where in this place did he want me? The Ramanos Canal. Aye. It's a shame of the way it launched, but there was many a memorable moment in there. I ended up giving it a chance after the Edge Runners anime really won me over. As I think quite a lot of people did. I heard the DLC is pretty good. One day I'll go back to it. I think you can start that without having a full playthrough as well. I'm pretty sure it was standalone. Yeah. Idris Elba of all things. Delightful man.
I recognized them earlier, and they prompted my investigation into the Norians and the Enclave.
Confirming your findings that the Norians were heavily involved in the
There's
tapestry.
Fireboy around here somewhere too.
This should be the place, Bryn. You're looking for tablets with a circle marked by 6 dots. They look black, but I'll be able to read them and bring them back.
Your useful secret, Sev.
That's one of the
It's a place for easy reference.
I hope they would still be down here.
What should we expect?
The Norians were experimenting without informing the Enclave on the aerolifts. They wanted them to do more than just moderate the weather. They wanted to control it.
Always a worrying bit of magic.
Tired of long winters? Gloomy days?
Think bigger. If you control the rain in a desert, you control the land itself.
Terrifying weapon of war to control the weather. Endless coral. Coral stretches deep into the chasm below. Growth looks wild and untamed. See, this stuff is the problem. Good stuff, AJ. I will bear it in mind. It is on an ever-increasing backlog. But yeah, Edge Runners just really sold it. I know they're making it's going to be really hard for a season 2 to live up to that first season, but I've faith. And if Mappa are animating it again, it's going to look fantastic. I think it was Mappa. Or it might have been Trigger. It was Trigger or Mappa. Ice bubble. I like how fancy this bow looks, fully upgraded. Quiver as well. It's a lovely touch. Yeah, not down there. Where was the other? I knew there was something else. Yes, right there. Hi, AJ. I'm in complete agreement with you there. And that's the trouble with a second season of a show like that. You know where they're going to punch you. But can they eke it out of you? Can they get you again? Gotta hope the answer is yes. Too much ice. Burn it all away. Ow, yep, and myself. Bop. Oh, come on. There you go. Perhaps not the intended storage for a hunk of metal, apparently covered in secrets. Grab all the stuff. Over there. Codex entry or quest? We'll find out in a moment. Whee! I'm really enjoying that, actually. More than I thought I would. Nappy your armor. Chuck you at your friend. Did 0 damage. And is too powerful. Oh dear. I need to get those upgraded series of fire bombs going. Oh, it died first anyway. I mean, they're about to tick off. Now, I think as someone who didn't know the setting very well, it became apparent quite quickly. Even a lot of the side quests where there were a few good endings in there, but there were so few and far between, and there were so many where it felt like there was going to be a good ending or the opportunity for it, and then just, nope. No, we're doing the bad again. Abandoned drop. Carefully gathered, like left behind. An asylum was created. Oh, we heard Big yell. Where? Where is Big? Ooh. Not doing much damage to you. Need the greatsword for it to chonk the armor. Excuse me. I don't think we were done, friend. The first time I pulled an enemy back for it. Up that way. Void doggo. And display. Fully upgraded kick. Does not break small bag. Sadness. Important information hidden in plain sight. Serves to be believed. I believe him. Goes round that way. Oh, I heard the stomp. You getting closer? There's so many wasp nests. Look at this area. Nope. Nope, I'm not dealing with you. Nope, nope, no, 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 nope. I don't want to. I don't want it. I don't like you. We're good. I'm moving. Bloody flamey fireball wasps. Okay, the forge guy's closer. I can hear it a lot clearer now. Rifle of information, apparently.
Will I be learning how Norians hide their information, Sev?
Yes.
Nay, she wasn't.
If word gets out, we're both going to be hunted.
The best knowledge is always dangerous.
There was the I think it might be the same bartender. It's been a long time since I played. But you did like a big car race thing. And it felt like it was going romantic, and in the end, they just turned you down. And it felt so natural, and I was really enjoying the companionship there and how that relationship was going. And the rejection was just this really big, like, oh, it was too real. It was really well done, but certainly I was like, oh, sadness. There's the big fella. Come here, you. We're gonna have a fight. Gonna break your stuff and make it mine. All your fancy bits. Yep, he just did in that doggo. Boink. Mine. That garbage. Give. It was male, the memory serves. Oh, lovely. No, don't stand on the foot when it's smash. It's bad. It's bad. I know it's going to be hard to cool him down while he's literally on fire, but keep moving, Bryn. I don't need to go for the ammo. I can just focus on dealing damage. Them shins. It's fun to not just rely on my greatsword all the time. Oh, hit the ceiling. Steady on, big fella. Oh, steady on me! Freeze those tusks. Oh, missed it. Oh, come on. He's so tanky. I want them. Broke one at least. How did it drop linen? Ooh, good punch. Good punch. Solid punch. Can't argue with that. Too high. Fantastic. Straight over. Hey, maybe stream's going to be better for this. It's about the same. Robbed. I don't even know what happened there. Don't you grab me. Don't you cling me. Oh no. The arm. I think I need to be more direct with it for these guys. Nope, too direct. Right to the crotch. Like. No, I see it coming. Get frozen. Okay, getting hot and all bothered. There's not much health left though. Those big thighs. Oh, it put him to the ground. Wait a minute. Oh, it's just going to melt, isn't it? Yep. It's cool though. It stopped his motion for a moment. Maybe it's like your whole leg going numb. Big sweep. I expect to enjoy the bow as much as I have been doing. It's working quite well. Oh, I'm running out of spots though. Ah, I see, AJ. I think that was a pretty common thought. Many folks did the same. Right to the belly. Sorted. I can imagine those scenarios where you're battering them with people back and forth certainly would make such things worse. Ceremonial linen. Get rid of the wood. No. Said no wood. Thank you. Small materials. I know we're at a point of reaching endgame, but I'll take the opportunity to get. The more rare materials I get, the more I can just trade in at the camp and not have to worry about them ever again. I really like that dribble thing. It removes the need to farm. If I wasn't streaming, I could go around one of these maps for ages just randomly musing about, slap a podcast on, be all over the shop with it. Well, I was looking for the codex entries. Again, that'll have to be a much more focused stream when we get to it. I'll certainly have to have a Google first, and I don't even think it's going to help that much. Just given how the codex entries are displayed, other than checking every site we've already been to in a zone, I don't really know how I'm going to tackle it. But we will see. It very much depends when that point occurs. Hold! Alright, we need to head back to base camp. Other than finding Summer in a miasma. And back we go. I'll take your word for it, bub, and I'll try and bear it in mind. May it never actually have to come up. Oh, damn, them kid drawings again. I wonder if that was like one of the developers' kids or something. Wouldn't surprise me. Right, let's do our hand-ins and see where we're at. Norian secret projects. Ironically, even studying these texts was something of a Norian secret, with the writing being a special treatment on metal plates that could cause them to corrode into legible writing when properly treated. Contained within are numerous initiatives peppered with code phrases, obscure references to what seem to be dates or places, and other seemingly incoherent and unrelated bits of knowledge. When presented with them, our resident ex-Norian was swiftly able to translate them, noting that the information is less a cipher, more a series of references to previous Norian projects, both magical and mundane. What stood out to Sebastian was how each of the Norian studies and initiatives were focused on delicately subverting or changing the purpose of the Enclave's achievements. One can only assume the secrecy with which these studies were recorded makes it clear that the Enclave's wider populace was never supposed to know about the Norians' clandestine activities. AJ.
I shouldn't be surprised the Norians use a fluid to conceal their secrets. It's ingenious, really. An acid of sorts that can etch the writing into the metal invisibly. And when you apply another compound, it oxidizes.
We'll log that somewhere into my D&D brain subconscious. That's a great little idea. Using acids on metals that require bonus alchemical components.
It's like a legible rust. And yet, after you're done, you can just wipe it clean and it flakes off.
Medium aside, what did we learn?
As Sev expected, research on the aeroliths. It's a bit outside my speciality, so I passed it to Dharm.
And how are we feeling about Sev's revelations?
It's not like I've never kept things from my friends, and I generally keep them from my family, so I empathize. But I don't keep them from the band. Anyway, Dharm's waiting.
Understood. I got a few. Which one was which? Roots first. Fix the stove! And maybe your marriage. It certainly has the invisible ink vibe. I just like the idea of it being metal and alchemy. Like, invisible ink's almost like... not cliche, but it's kind of where the mind would go, whereas something like that is just a little more esoteric. I like it a lot.
One never quite quite forgets that smell.
Temple coal taking you back?
Unfortunately, yes. It conjures up images of stern keepers, hot stuffy vestibules, and ranted invective posing as sermons on the evils of magic. It was everywhere in Renland. The church has the nation in a stranglehold, and so I left at considerable speed.
Hence the desire to settle has been not a good one?
I don't think I really stopped running at all until... well,
Until you met the love of your life.
yes. I thought so. I still hope so.
Oh no.
It's been a strain on you both.
I'm sure everyone has noticed.
No.
Need an ear?
Maybe. It's clear she yearns to just stay here in the Enclave, even if we brought down the veil. But I find comfort in the road. It has few preachers and no community dedicated to strangling out individuality.
Worried if you stop moving that it will catch up with you?
I suppose I am still running in a way.
Yeah, that's then hard to know. Like, her reasons for staying here, I get. His reasons for wanting to be on the move seem more like fears and anxiety, as he says, still running, rather than I actually just enjoy being on the road, which he clearly does. He does enjoy being on the road, but would it truly be so bad for him to sell?
It's not something I want to burden her with.
Or it sounds like he's just never talked to her about it.
She's strong in a lot of ways. Something to think about.
You've got to communicate, Dom.
Yes, I shall.
Shall you, or shall you wait for me to do it? Kind of a good. Let's give some rubbish. There we go. No, don't have any rubbish in that regard, but I have 75 of the blue doggo fur. Camp stove, reinforced and sturdier than ever. Hot meals again. Where's the sun?
It's significantly easier to do a repair than working up a new suit of armor from scratch. I'm going to go soft.
We could use some really intricate chandeliers to brighten up the place.
Bryn.
Casman would be happy. Though, I strongly suspect this entire thing is an elaborate ruse to get Dom and I talking.
What? Perish the fort! No, nobody intend.
It's not like her to run out of things, it's true. Is it working, do you think?
I
Oh.
don't know. The intentions are good, but I'm hurting.
I think you both are.
Yes. But I'm the one who's been following his dream of wandering the Maida for years.
Almost not his dream,
And the
though.
moment I say, hey, maybe we could do something else, he shuts down.
You're right. That doesn't seem fair.
It isn't.
He didn't have a great reaction to what you said, it's true. But at the same time, he was rather caught off guard.
No, 100% AJ. Absolutely agree.
I...
Especially when he saw it in this place as well.
Perhaps it was a little abrupt.
Maybe he deserves a chance to have a second reaction.
You're as bad as Casman. Speaking of, we should see her and present the fruits of our labors.
Let's get the stove working, give everyone a hot meal. It will help.
I had a chance to run a test, and I would say our stove is cooking better than ever.
Huzzah!
Keeps the heat well, burns clean, a job well done.
Dom's always been very good at treating that kind of coal. Must be the Wren in him.
Hardly. No, I simply find my inspiration in...
I think...
Really belabored the word. Oh, hold on, Cas.
Sola, I
Let them do it.
have an idea.
Let them figure it out.
Oh?
Tarmakind uses exceptionally precise temperatures to work the metal, yes? Sometimes exceptionally high.
I mean, yes, but...
I finished Xavier's journals. He was quite thorough and talked extensively about working with the Halopai priests.
Nothing quite helps me commune with the flames like someone slamming a hammer into metal.
You'd be surprised.
Casper, you said we were shushing.
But I imagine Dam means the shrine underground. I saw it mentioned too.
Precisely. And perhaps we could lean on our intrepid point to investigate.
Oh, go on then. If it's going to get me a shiny chess piece.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
They must have kept records. Samples, perhaps.
I really appreciate this.
Collaboration with the priest and the half, the emergence gate, and the peeling maze. Alright. I still need to talk with Dan about the other thing and head back to the hold first to talk with Henrik at the funeral rites.
Lane said I should talk to you about the plates we found for Sev.
Perhaps you could walk with me?
Sure.
I have already passed my notes on. This conversation isn't about them.
Okay.
I wanted to ask how you're doing with regards to Sev.
Oh. Top one from me.
I feel for him. He's had to struggle with divided loyalties and had no one to lean on. Hiding that kind of strain can't have been easy. How lonely to carry that without help.
I agree. Our friend has been suffering in silence. You are kind to think of him first. But please don't forget, you are the one out there with her life on the line.
It's a very fair point.
You have your struggles too. There is a Bryn out there who wasn't deceived by a friend. Wasn't forced into the role of point so early, for that matter.
I promise you, I'm okay. But thank you for taking this moment.
Ultimately, I will say
Glasses.
this. There was a time in my life I walked away from everything I held most important. Sev is handling it better than I did. He's not angry or bitter, he's just working through the problem. Commendable, really. I aspire to the same. It's kind of you to help him. I'm sure he appreciates it more than he'll ever be able to say. So I'm saying it for him. Sev already has my notes. Good luck in your endeavors.
Thank you, Dan. You too. I didn't even realise we were growing our own food. Feels like maybe there were plans for potentially one more companion or two. Like, this area is wide enough and the base of it... I'm just trying to think of the pipeline in game development. You build out a big area like this first and then you start filling it with stuff. You know what I mean? Feels like you could have had somebody down here on the outlook there. Somebody working on the farm. It was the kind of thing they could do for DLC. I don't think they've come out and said if they're going to be... I know they're going to be working on patches and stuff. They made that clear. They haven't said whether more content was in the cards or not. I'm very curious to find out. In time. What's up, Dan?
It certainly is disturbing to think an enchantment can walk.
Yes,
No
it
sign
is.
of our scry reacting like the Heartsider ones.
None, but it might be a matter of time. Who knows what a year or a decade might bring?
I mean, it already started to warble a bit, Dan.
We'll have to watch closely. Oh, that's rather exciting, I think.
They bugger. Alright. Sev.
Exciting news, Bryn.
You figured out how to clear the source?
Nothing quite that far along, but we are a step closer. As I suspected, the Norians were doing experiments not even Enclave leadership knew about. Not to just stabilize the weather, but directly control its extremes.
Which is pretty much what we're seeing the aeroliths do, here and now.
I honestly think that these experiments, left unattended, are the direct cause of the wild temperature changes. Likely contributed to the floods as well, though I suspect Asylum was the larger cause there. Regardless, if I can pick up where their research left off, we might have a solution to our problem at the source.
Okay.
What did the Norians stand to gain controlling the weather anyway?
I think that question can answer itself, Bryn. That's a huge amount of things.
Their power base has always been in Taza, where the deserts need water to grow.
Even without it being a desert, like, controlling the weather's a massive
Imagine
deal.
being able to withhold rain or worse,
Exactly.
heat at a whim. What kind of power would that give you? The kind the worst parts of the Order crave.
If we succeed, will we be able to stop the weather fluctuations entirely?
That'd be nice.
I hope so, in time. But the system has been out of control for years. For now, I want to focus on our immediate problem of the Source and the Surgeborn.
That's fair enough. Much as I'd like to be able to not freeze to death.
Did your research say anything about miasma and tangles?
No. Those phenomena are too new to be in the records you recovered, which are pre-Surge.
Okay.
What will it take to move from might have a solution to definitely have a solution for the Source?
The research you recovered focused on using patterns from creatures with natural flame and frost affinity. It used those patterns to briefly augment one part of the enchantments woven into an aerolith.
Use flame magic to tilt the aerolith hotter for a time?
Yes, exactly. And they had some success with it, proving the methods viable.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but too bad there aren't miasma creatures.
Sounds like DLC.
There's one, and Dharm already managed to recover some of its pattern.
But not enough?
Oh, absolutely enough. You've been working hard and it's paid off.
No, I wanted to fight it again. I don't want it to be just final boss. I need to kill it 2 more times.
I needed an exquisite resonance from all 3 types of magic. And we have that.
Oh, because I've already leveled it all. Huzzah!
That's fantastic. Is that it then?
We're going to combine them with the Norian's notes and Dharm's studies of the Herald to build a device to influence the aeroliths. I gave the design to Sola. She said it should be doable, but wants your approval on which materials to use.
If this could pull miasma out of the Source somehow, sign me up.
It's the most promising lead I have. And it's very promising indeed.
Well done, Sev. This is a big... Maybe I should use a legendary material. The game's not telling me I have to. But you never know. It might be important. I'm going to do it. A small drilling foot allows it to cling to an aerolith, while the innards are apparently strangely similar to the earpiece a point might wear to communicate with the scry. Just in case. It's probably a waste of resources, but you never know. Yeah, it's not like it was impressive weather controller or legendary controller.
That was one of the most complicated things we've ever collectively assembled.
I'm glad I gave you the good stuff then.
I hope it wasn't too much.
No, it was fine. Would have been easier with some of Dharm's help, but...
You do make a good team.
Oh.
I know. And here I'm down an apprentice too.
No more learning to smith.
Now. I'm not saying that. We just need to figure out...
Oh, he
what
sounded
comes
genuinely
next
upset
together.
as well.
Which brings me to the question of the hour. You were already a Norian. Why did you want to be my apprentice anyway?
Rambralem.
Oh, that makes so much more sense. You could have just told me.
Is that your teacher, maybe?
That's a cultural thing for you.
Oh, no,
isn't
it's
it?
him on his little... on the journey his people make, where they spend some years of their life just going off and doing something else because it's good for you. Take a break from your regular job and learn something new.
But yes, Sola. I'm sorry. I was afraid if you dug too
I mean, I thought
hard
that's what
into
you were
my
doing this
past,
whole
you
time.
might learn about the Norians.
And they don't like people digging.
No, they truly don't. That is your answer, though.
And this is your intricate doodad. I cannot wait to see what it does.
Oh, yeah. Good old what's it? Alright, that's everybody clear, I think. So, we need to go to the hearth. We need to find a creature in the miasma. First, we need to go back to Hold, confront Kenrick. Let's confront him or be like, we perform the funeral rites on your daughter. This will be a very sad moment. Don't attack me, you scumbag. We'll go check in on our Sergi friend as well, just in case.
I performed the rite, and I brought you the ashes.
Thank you, Bryn. Isla admired you. She would be honored that you did this for her.
It's not how she would have wanted things. I should have been there.
Enough! I know you're grieving. We all are. But you are no longer the Eye, and this disrespectful conduct ends now.
Well said.
You owe Bryn a thank you. And an apology for that matter. And probably a great deal more than that. Not only has she gone out of her way to perform the rite for your daughter, but she saved us all from certain death at the Grand Gate too. None of which she would ever have had to do if it weren't for your...
For my actions! I know!
Oh. Voice actor going for it.
I know!
Oh.
It's all my fault. I should have been there. Not at the temple. At the Grand Gate. I should have stayed. The way she looked at me when I left her there. I'll never forget it.
Reconcile with your own failings. Maybe then you can start to... Not redemption, but put in the work. Make amends.
Fill a city with my mistakes. I should have supported
You did?
her work. I should never have lied to her. My regrets will drown me.
Maybe they should.
Maybe they should.
My mother used to say, you can drown in your grief, or learn to swim in it.
Very fair, Bryn. Very fair.
It is unfair that you lost a child, no matter the circumstances. I am so sorry that happened to you. But now you have a choice. You can spend the rest of your days counting the ways you failed your daughter. Or you can dedicate every breath you have left to her.
I still want to punch him.
How?
Just do one small thing a day that would make her proud to call you her father. Start by helping us finish the work you wish you had supported in her life.
It's too late for that, I'm afraid. If you'll excuse me. But there is one thing. The Ark in your camp. The one she wanted.
His voice is broken.
It's called the Ark of Verdance. An enchantress named Lucia de Crassus built it.
Well, shit.
Lucia.
Consider it a thank you for what you've done.
I get the feeling he's just going to wander off into the mist.
Is there anything else you can tell me about the Ark of Verdance?
Please. I've had enough. Just leave me be.
Fine. I understand.
Former Eye commented that the Ark of Verdance was created by Lucia. You don't get to just wander off and disappear for the end of this game. I don't need you to have a redemption arc. I just need to punch you in the face and you would be genuinely sorry. Any sneaky... there is sneaky dialogue! I knew it.
The rite of ashes you performed for Kenrick's daughter was quite a display.
How did you see?
I almost shed a tear.
How do you know about that?
I have eyes everywhere.
Yeah, they're literally some kind of hive mind.
You're watching me through the other Surgeborn.
There you go, Bryn. There you go.
There are no other Surgeborn. We are one and the same.
This is just a side optional conversation to find.
Almost
This is a
like
huge
the way
revelation.
bees work together in a hive.
More than that, Bryn.
If that makes it simple for you, close enough. Anyway, pity you couldn't save her. Is that where you dropped
I'm multitasking. Piece of garbage.
She was a friend, and you murdered her. Don't expect to survive long enough to kill someone else I care about.
Technically, I did
No.
want to kill her. Her limitations are what destroyed her in the end. Funny how magic often provokes overreaching in your kind.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
We knew it took a lot of energy for her to do what she did, but why are they making it sound cryptic? What do you mean? Walk away and come back again? Alright. I'll be checking in on you, though, every time I have to come back to the hold. Just in case.
I need you to know nobody else has been checking in on me like you have.
It's okay.
I feel as if I'm alone in the stifling dark. But you are a bright light. Even though everything is very hard, I need you to know that I see what you're doing. Thank you.
It's okay. I'd call it more of a compulsion in any game with a story and companions to constantly be going and checking and never wanting to miss any dialogue.
Of course. It's just the right thing to do.
You laying Isla to rest is what she would have wanted, despite what her father said. You inspired her to be better, braver. It respects her memory to the fullest.
It was the least I could do.
Don't diminish your contributions.
You've got our support, whatever form that takes.
For what it's worth, I appreciate that.
By the way,
Oh, the
I
book.
found something that you might want to see. It's a letter I found in the
No,
Spindle's hideout.
letter, not book.
I didn't read it.
Oh, don't tell me it was a bloody confession.
I don't understand why you've been so kind to us, Bryn.
It's okay. I'll let you get back to it, alright?
Likewise.
Oh. Because Axel has been so, like, formal and straight edge, especially in the early dealings. In these heartbreaking moments, the voice actor is suddenly gone from that straight edge to, you know, despair, and you can feel it.
You deserved better from him. But that was probably all he's capable of. Come to think of it, we all deserved better from him.
I used to have to live with him for decades.
What will you do now?
Take care of my people. Someone needs to. And you? You're going to try to fix the arcs.
We got this source thing we're doing.
We learned the Surgeborn have something that can go toe-to-toe with the Great Ark. I need to finish what I started. And I think Isla's work can help me do it.
I wish I could help, but arcs were Isla's expertise, not mine. Still, I agree. That arc allowed you to pass safely through the tangles, where Surgeborn go to regenerate.
Oh. That's a new and very important bit of information. Everyone we've killed goes back, like WoW's demons going back to the Twisting Nether. In D&D, demons going back to the Abyss, or devils going back to Hell. Like,
If you're going
that's
to
a
try
big
to
deal.
fix it, consider me heavily invested in your progress.
It's too great an advantage to ignore. I'll keep you updated.
Okay. You want to tell me about your friends regenerating? No. Well, sometimes one conversation with someone triggers another, so I wanted to check. Oh.
My light. I remember the day you were born, vividly. When I held you, my heart was so full it threatened to break. And I know your mother felt the same way. For all her flaws, she would be so proud of you. I am so proud of you.
Right. Checking with Dam first, because that's like to send me out on another mission. Unless there's a beast in the miasma. There's one. Alright. It's in the bastion as well. Pardon me. We get this thing Strand first. Which is break both feet, break one wing, and then capture.
I'm with you, Bryn. Didn't expect the miasma to be so intense over the scry.
You get used to it. Just have to use a more gentle touch and feel the way it slides.
Oh yeah, that's starting to get real helpful. Love it. There is still a one singular codex entry somewhere in this zone. It's gonna drive me mad. I'd really like it if before the point of no return a side quest is just like, here's a map. Here's where all this stuff is. So few games do that. You've had stuff like Ubisoft just literally, give us some money and we'll mark it all. Which is disgraceful. The bird's going to be here soon, I'm sure. Yep. Hello, bird. Oh no, I can't just shoot a load of fireballs at it. That would be silly. I should now be able to use this thing to get up to it. Oh! Not quite. Closer than the other one would, though. Can shoot the wing, I suppose. I'll pick which one. Wing. Come on. Make some frost resist. Oh, you swine. Bring. Back. Back. There it is. Okay, now the 2 feet. Feet are 4. If I'm on its back, it would try and throw me off. Wrong bit. Do not damage the other wing. God damn it. That'd be really bad. A little bit annoyed that my greatsword can't both at once. It's a minor thing. Full. Didn't want to kill it. I've still got a lot of health. I shouldn't be worried. Not right in its centre, goddammit. Okay, there's one. Very careful swings now. So if I do the upper swing, I'm like to hit the wing. There you go. Time for grab. Could chop off a couple more bits, but I'm not going to risk it. Oh, it's flying over the bridge. You scumbag. I swear it was about to yeet me off the side of the map somewhere. Still left some bits up there though. Sorted though. Yeah, I've really gotten down a lot of these monsters. I know I could probably be doing things a little bit more efficiently, but it's fine. I don't need to be speedrunning, for God's sake. Wondering if the other codex entry I don't have might well be on top of here. I don't think I've ever even gone up to this bit. Steady as she goes, just in case a magic barrier appears on top of my head. Yep, speak of the devil. Where on earth would that last codex entry be? That tree off to the side by the walk. I think it's worth checking. Oh, I should have angled it higher. There's that tree down that way. Excuse me, enemies. I'm just going for a quick look-see about. Don't mind me. Under the statue. Oh, statue I can't lift for once. No, I see nothing over there. Fine. I need to get out of it. I think the noise is a chest, not a codex entry. Yeah, on the other side. Right, back towards the gate. A little further than I wanted, but it's fine. We're still getting used to it. Okay. Have a few little bites. Hopefully a heal potion. Nope. Excuse me. Stop hiding. And be gone. Wasn't a sneaky golden brick off this side, was there? No. Lost the ability to find them. Alright, next. Got Lower Denevron. And Upper Denevron. Oh no, that's the half, not Upper Denevron. Start with Lower then. Drake and a freeze. Drake's been pretty reliable for breaking a load of stuff off. Grabbing up some materials. No, it's right there. Okay. Frosty fella. I got bigger fish to fry.
This arrow should be perfect, Bryn.
Ooh, good bite. Oh, in one. My goodness. Oh, I wasn't clinging, I was picking up items. Make sure we get the wings so it doesn't fly away. Down you go. Broke his toe by mistake. There's the wing. Nearly. Nope, come down. It's time to dodge. We're alright. Nope. Keep your head to the ground. Actually have a leg. I haven't tried injuring its chest piece before. Again, there's no new gear at this point, but... I can't. Oh, it's just an invulnerable bit. Never mind! I get the other horns. It's got me with every mouth bite so far. Stop that. Break your face. Two for the price of them. Beautiful. Big stab. And it seems so scary at the start. Now we've got them on lock. Give me all those mats. Delicious, delicious material. Alright. Where were we going? One of these, which with our new tunnel friend. Relatively good. Not perfect, but relatively good. What? Let me up. It does push me back a little bit, okay. Oh, wait, ice. Thank you. Just burning.
Done.
That's all we needed. The others have been helping me with a little project on the side. A surprise for you.
No hints.
You'll see.
An even crazier great sword. Well, thank you very much. That'd be the dream. Right, let's head to the Broken Arch. Well, next we... Archon's half. Yoink! No. Piece of garbage. Too early. I know what. Now you're on bloody fire. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, the Archon's half. Got another 4G boy. A drought as well, though. I really want to fight him when there's a drought. Purling Maze was one. What was the other one? Emergence Gate. Okay, from here then. Down to the gate first, and then towards the maze.
A cave should not be this hot.
There are times I wish our forebears had cut a few corners. But no, everything still works decades later. Just works well.
What's going down here? I thought they usually played upstairs. Okay.
The preachers you grew up with would launch an hour-long diatribe at the very thought.
Not quite. Needs to be colder. Oh, I can still damage them. Weapon. Nope, I tried. Oh, right in the butt. Good part. I swear to God, one day I will get better at using this bow. It's not this day. Stompy, please. Why am I on the leg? I didn't mean. Sometimes you just be climbing. Oh. Heal. Okay, time to fight. Still only two. Thought it might be a little faster than getting up and swinging on the with a great sword, but oh, didn't like that, did you? I love how it interrupts their attacks. Should have realised that sooner. Oh, trying to catch the late game stuff. See that? Better wiggle onto each other. And for nipple shots. That one. healing potion. Better safe than sorry. You're welcome to follow me, big fella, but... Hey, what'll do? Like it actually exploded when I hit the trigger button for once. Still seems a little inconsistent. Or there's something about the process of exploding those frost bombs that I've just not understood. We're trying to use the bow. We're trying to learn with the bow here. Which was the other one? Did I not get all of them? I did. There you go. I didn't need your strands though. I would rather get the material. Oh, lovely. Broke another bit. Good night, big fella. We got him down pretty well. I take a bit more of a beating than I do, say, with the Drake. But he still went down. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Got to hoover it all up. Stay away from the dreaded wasp nest. I'd rather fight another one of him than fight another herd of goddamn wasps. It's unhelpful when you do that to me, Gabe. It's this way! Through the wall. We'll follow the strands. Ah. Container schematic. Schematic for a container that can withstand high temperatures. Does it need more pieces? I meant more for this initial bit, not just one from each zone. That's confusing. Excuse me. Whee! Little more. Beautiful.
This is fascinating. Detailed smithing logs with Xavier's name on them. Lots of sketched out designs, mostly in the margins.
Doodles always help me think too.
Bonus up here. Serve notes on Xavier, Nebret, something for the priests. Okay, now towards the maze. In this direction. Onward! Damn wasps. He is already. Hate it. Oh my god. Please. Away.
Is that bottled magma?
Wild.
I've got one. I can't believe it's still warm.
How? How do you bottle magma?
Magic pulsing through it.
I wonder if
Very
proximity
fancy
to the
material.
coral has affected it in some way.
Magma that flows near the coral appears to be infused with
Get
magic.
your research hat ready, Lane. There's a lot. I do not need a hat.
I think they'd look fine in the hat. Should have a hat. Gonna get them a hat. Consult, consult, compile, and consult. Very good. Alright, before we begin another round of nattering.
What's Sev been building?
Oh. Taking a moment. Just going to have myself a quick bio break. Then we'll natter on and see where the game's going to lead us next. Let me just type that into the chat. Tappity, tap, tap. There we go. Alright. Stretch your legs. Refill your beverage. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes. See you soon. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Right, let's consult with everyone at camp. Hand everything in. Quite the device.
What's all this, big guy?
The culmination of all our efforts, Bryn.
He wanted it to be a surprise.
Consider me impressed. But what exactly does it do?
He hasn't told you?
Something about the weather for miasma?
As Casman said, I wanted it to be a surprise.
Sev, we all do better work with context. This is something you're going to need to get used to.
Oh, what a gentle way of saying that.
Yeah. You're a weaver now. I heard you say so yourself.
It's the culmination of a Norian dream. But unlike them, I'm not going to.
Oh my God, can I control the weather?
In a stranglehold. No. I'm going to change the weather. For you.
Well, holy shit.
For me?
Yes. It will take some resources, so let's be judicious, but yes. We can change the weather before your expeditions.
So all those patterns I collected?
Critical to calibrating things. Weather and miasma alike.
And if I need a specific quest to have, like, to gather something on certain types of weather, I can just set
Creatures
it.
have been exposed to so many wild environmental swings. They were affected in ways I could use to calibrate to the aerolith's patterns.
And that's what Dom was helping with?
Everyone has helped Bryn. Literally everyone. No politics, no backstabbing. I could get used to this.
Bloody hope so.
All that stuff wastes time and energy.
You said this will take resources.
Oh,
Am I
not free
hunting
then.
More patterns, or...?
Nothing so dire.
Bryn, you've got enough to worry about. Let us sort it. We'll treat it just like upgrading the camp.
I will get it upgraded immediately.
Maybe I end up trading with the Hearthsiders. Maybe we do a little alchemy. We'll
Or are they
have
saying they've got this?
Well, this is incredible. What's involved with actually making it happen?
It's... well, it's not simple for me. But for you, I'll keep it simple. If we want to make a change before you leave, we can do it as part of the preparation. The aeroliths are all connected. And the device we created will let me give them a... let's call it a shove for a day or so.
We've run some limited tests, and everything holds up. It's really rather ingenious.
And we'll give you quite the edge. Imagine tossing a drought when a frost creature is hunting.
Aye, it's worked quite well.
It can affect miasma, too, yeah?
Yes, it can. What we don't know is what effect it can have on the source directly. Let me run some more tests. But I'm optimistic. We have a solution. In the meantime, the Enclave's our sandbox now. Just ask if you want me to change things.
Specific wording there, I like it. The aeroliths. Sev's new design allows him to alter the weather in any location for the remainder of the day. Modification that can be done at the loom gate. Doing so requires numerous alchemical concoctions and delicate devices, so each alteration costs supplies. Casman can upgrade the station to make it more efficient. Please get down. I spent so long working on this thing, if you wouldn't...
You look like you've got something on your mind, Sev.
I'm struggling a little, perhaps. I find myself torn.
Also...
Between Casman's stews and Darm's spiced pork? Same.
Pork. Stew gets in my fur.
Bless.
That aside, I find myself both wanting to tear down the Norians and redeem them. Surely not everything they did was self-serving politics. There had to be some craft or artistry behind it.
You can lead that change.
That's the part of Norian-ness that appeals to you?
Just me, or has he taken off the symbol? Was there one, like, between his braids on his, like, chest? Top of my head, I can't recall.
Experiments to
On his
improve
lapel?
flow rates across the tapestry.
Better pipes.
Pretty much. The team was working on it right around the time the surge hit.
And all the pipes burst.
Any idea where?
Not too far from here. Odd they'd set up in a swamp, but perhaps it was a stress test.
We're going to have to fix the Enclave eventually. Better pipes can't hurt. I'll check it out.
You are tireless, Brim.
All in a day's work.
I believe we need every edge we can get.
I feel like that's how Bryn's acted this whole time.
This place keeps throwing us surprises, and preparation is key.
You're right. But we all notice how hard you work. I know what it feels like to work without praise. Feels good to shine a little sun on your achievements.
Oh, bless him. It's your job now, just staring it down every day. Let's see about upgrading it. Hey! Alright, so I need to salvage some stuff. A lot more of the blue. Good chunks of it. We're really getting there with the purples as well. Goodness me. I'm going to do lows because I still need them to fully upgrade any gear I want. Put that down to about 42. Two of these for good measure. That should be enough. I'm sure I'll have plenty left over. Nothing changed. I don't think. They had the handles? Yep. Got an achievement upgrade all the stations in base camp to max. There you go. Question is, how many supplies is it going to take? One moment, Cass. I'll be right back with you. I need to double check. Either time. Well, that is sod all. Pretty good though. I can just be like, nope, I want to go there without it. So basically, anytime I don't need weather in a place, I just make it clear. That's a really lovely quality of life thing.
Could we just fill our lives with slow mornings in your tent from now on?
No, goodness me.
You'll get no complaints here. I take every chance I can get to watch the sunrise with you.
Oh, and they're both blushing. It's so cute.
How do you do it?
Do what?
Make rest bearable.
Man, I wish, me, Barrow, on the other end, wish I knew the answer to that.
I've never been one to just sit in stillness. In fact, before you, lazing around sounded like torture. Not making the most of every second made me want to claw my skin off.
That sounds so sad to me.
I guess it was. With you, I can just be.
Pardon me.
And it's enough.
I know what you mean.
Really? Because it seems like you've been an expert at staying present long before I came along. Sometimes it feels like you're ahead of me on a lot of this stuff.
I guess I've always thought that happiness only exists in the present.
A lovely thought.
Planning too much for the future breeds anxiety, and meditating too much on the past breeds loss.
It's very true. Hard it is not to do either.
So I have always tried to just be, as much as anyone can. But with you, these slow moments somehow make me feel irrelevant? That sounds bad, but I mean it in a good way.
I know. Like, there's no one to save and nothing to fix. The world just melts away.
No.
Have I ever told you how much I enjoy watching your expeditions on the scry?
You too?
Look,
I remember the big
it's
goofy
no
grin on my
secret
face.
that when
Like,
I
just
left
let
your
them talk.
home, I was skeptical of you taking over expeditions.
No.
So I started watching you to make sure things were going well.
You mean to make sure I didn't screw up?
Fine. That's what I was doing. At least at first. On one of your first expeditions into the Hollow, I watched you take a swing at that massive Archon thinking it was inactive. Then, when its eye lit up, these visions of you dying started swarming me. I panicked and asked Aurea if you were ready for this, hoping she'd pull you out immediately. Then you began climbing the Ark. And it was like everything in my head just went quiet.
Then I got thrown to the ground.
That does not happen often. You had this serene look on your face. Like this was exactly the challenge you'd been waiting a lifetime for.
It was.
When you took it down without breaking a sweat, I was secretly pretty impressed.
I like hearing you had faith in me, even back then.
It's only grown tenfold. After that, I enjoyed watching you on the scry. Knowing you're out there, keeping all of us safe, relaxes me and keeps the visions at bay.
I'm glad it helps us so much. Aria?
Everyone knew the aeroliths could smooth out the weather, but no one suspected they could change it so suddenly. Since the surge, they've caused wild swings, but no one has ever tried to control it.
Sev's achieved something incredible.
And practical. Imagine the look on a glass tail's face when it suddenly turns blisteringly hot.
Surprise, Icy Boy. It's summer.
Exactly. Advantage, Bryn.
Silly pair.
Oh, Bryn.
Oh no.
Hi.
Were you crying? Are you okay?
Yes. The rite of ashes just got to me, that's all. The spindle and the axle only had such a brief time together.
Really did.
It's awful. I can't imagine how she's feeling right now.
So much in life can be fleeting. It just makes you appreciate what a gift the time you have with someone is.
How are you feeling about Sev, Sola?
Delighted.
Oh.
Not upset to lose an apprentice?
There will be more, and he's just a few yards away. I'm proud of him. And controlling the weather itself. Incredible. I've learned from a lot of years on the road that change is the natural way of things.
Our time in the Enclave has certainly proven that.
Anticipating change and finding joy in it, the best thing you can do in your life.
Also a very good point. It's going to change very scary, but finding joy in it, I can imagine, makes it a lot easier to process. Kim, how about you?
Okay, let's take that again. I'm sorry. I needed a moment to step back and refocus after going off about Stanild. I am, I think, okay now.
What's that?
I'm impressed. Not everyone can pull themselves out of that kind of anger.
A hard-won skill. When I first made head of the Scouts, Stanild did everything he could to undercut me. His favorite trick was poking and prodding until I lost my cool. Always worked.
A lot of practice then.
You've seemed pretty together around him when I've been there.
Yeah. I started practicing Valanshir.
What's that?
The intersection between meditation, bare-hand combat, and breathing exercises. There's a complete series of whole-body motions. Painfully slow, moving from pose to pose while controlling your breathing. But at the end, just before you reach the final pose, you explode into the final position, usually exhaling hard like, ha!
Bless him. I'm sure with similar exercises,
And
though.
that helps.
Oh yeah. It's a solid workout controlling your motions, but the real struggle is the mental focus, which can be exhausting, but after a few months of practice, it's like being able to slide into that calm headspace on command.
That sounds pretty good, to be fair.
Few deep breaths and Stanild can't touch me. Well, except when he puts my people in danger with his ego.
My mum used to say I could use some impulse control. Maybe I should get some lessons from you. And again, I'm truly sorry to hear about the losses. We'll make their sacrifices meaningful.
Yes, we will. Whatever it takes.
Bit more nattering.
Ooh, you were really moving out there.
I was told time was of the essence.
Yeah, but you made it look easy. Maybe someday you could give classes to the novice scouts.
Just wear the lightest gear you can and leg it. It was fine.
I overheard Lane say the same thing, actually. But... oh, it's just running.
Well, you make it look effortless. But when someone's new to it, there's a lot to learn. Balance, gait, breathing.
I've heard people note that training in the mountain air probably helped.
I've read about that, but... well, not a lot of chances to compare in recent years. But yes, breathing for distance is a skill, as is conserving energy so you have enough left to push when you need it.
Just getting exercise tips now.
All this time, the spindle was sneaking out of Cassidon's hold, and I had no idea.
Sounds like you two had more in common than you realized.
Just reminds me that you've got to tell people how you feel when you get the chance.
Was there something you wish you had told the spindle?
Just how much I appreciated her level head and expertise. And that we all knew her father wasn't why she was the spindle.
No, she was so worried about that too. And again, it's a chatty boy today.
I can't stop thinking. Could Stannard have fixed the weather?
No.
From what Sev said, the former eye was more a political animal than an expert.
Scumbag.
Yeah, that makes sense. If only he'd shared what he had access to with people who were halfway competent. Anyway, I just hope Sev can keep digging. He's got a good head on his shoulders.
And another! 5 in a row must be a
By the way,
record.
Did you hear what Aurea said to me?
No?
No?
I guess you can call me Madame Osphine.
No!
Oh yes. You are a smart, capable,
come full
and
circle.
amazing person. But you're a menace.
Oh.
Anyone else missing Sev? Oh, he was always quiet, but his presence was felt nonetheless.
He's only down there.
Definitely misses help, but I'm happy he's found his place in the band.
Don't mind the space for now, personally.
Right, he was at the other side of the camp. Also, with this we might be able to craft that last bit of Tamakine set. I'm hoping it's a really cool looking plate piece. Another codex entry though. Lucia de Crassus. Highly regarded expert on arc design and creation. Creator of the Ark of Verdance and would-be asylum saboteur, Lucia de Crassus is a woman of many faces. Perhaps phases. To our understanding, Lucia was highly placed within the Guild of Enchanters. Not a spindle, but important and influential enough to be one of the rare people allowed to discuss the arcs in even loose terms with the outside world. Her work on animation, a brief discussion of the arcs' ambulatory capabilities, was the only document on arcs to ever be published beyond the walls of the Enclave. Beyond that, her public-facing activities are somewhat difficult to track. After the Surge, she seems to have repeatedly clashed with the government of the Enclave. The Eye clearly knew her. I actually think that maybe that was the Spindle's mother. Like, they were romantically involved at one point, but only a theory at the moment. As he was one of the ones who confirmed her involvement with the Ark of Verdance to us, his reticence on the matter makes it clear that the two might have a tumultuous history, to put it lightly. This evidence might go some way towards explaining her actions. We know that following the Surge, she refused to evacuate Cassidon's hold with the rest of the populace, instead electing to seclude herself away. Her research turned to disruption of the arcs, along with the design of a device to take down the asylum barrier. This device, which she named Lucia's Thimble, required expertise and skills to which she had no access. It took our band's combined effort, decades later, to build and deploy it. She might also be a Surge-born, which I wonder if their minds kind of meld at that point. Given her background and prior art, so to speak, it thus makes more sense than not that she was involved in the production of a unique arc whose core functionality is geared around resisting or disrupting magic. This is supported by evidence dated mid-days before the Surge, that Lucia personally arranged for the Ark of Verdance to be transported out of the Enclave, fettered with the same enchantments used in her creation of the Thimble. This ark was ultimately shipped out on one of the final caravans to depart from the Enclave before the Surge. Her own writings refer to it as a last resort that cannot be destroyed. It's somewhat telling then that she entrusted it to a band of weavers rather than a commissioned caravan master. While the weavers' caravan was ultimately destroyed in the Surge and subsequent activation of the Veil, the Ark of Verdance remained inactive for decades. We suspect that some elements of Lucia's enchantment were responsible for the safe zone we found in the Veil's shadow. He seemed to have passively pushed away raw magic until Bryn's inadvertent activation of the Ark triggered it in an attempt to return home. Lucia's fate remains unknown, given the overwhelming severity of the miasma floods and her refusal to retreat to Castin's hold. Of the other half-siders, it does not stretch the imagination to assume that she perished at some point after the Surge. And that feels like a bit of a diversion. I bet she's important and alive. Potentially. Tamakine smithing. The Tamakine smithing technique is considered a lost art among the armourers of the Maida due to its intricate nature. It was a style of forging armour that used specific cuts in the plate before shaping to create seamless folds. The resulting armour was light, strong, visually distinct, and thus was highly desirable to the point where supply never came close to meeting demand. The technique often relies on the smith to use a large, heavy forge in order to reach high enough temperatures to alloy the metal on larger pieces of armour. This level of cost and complexity is largely why the technique fell out of fashion. In spite of this, one Tamakine smith by the name of Xavier Niobrick, Nibra Ope, there we go, began working with the Halopaya priests in the Enclave to innovate on potential heat sources to use for the technique that could be more easily transported by itinerant weavers. Ultimately, they discovered that magic-infused magma in the arcane portion of the Enclave could be used as this very heat source.
This is really very clever. You figured it out then?
Yes, Xavier's idea was to use an alchemical process similar to what Dharm and I just did to treat the coals. Elements left over from weaving flame strands distilled and used to treat magma.
Literal magma? The blood of the earth?
Enchanted magma. Measured precisely from one of Xavier's containers, he could delicately control temperature in a forge or foundry.
Sola will be over the moon. I'll let her know.
And I'll collate the more technical details. They'll be ready when she is.
Thank you, Lynn. Oh, a little bit more.
Have you ever felt like you couldn't trust the people around you?
Oh no.
A few times. But I try my hardest to rebuild that trust when it crumbles. Some people haven't shown they deserve that effort. So, they don't get it. Is there something that's putting you on edge?
It's Sev.
What's up?
And how he was collaborating with the Eye behind our backs.
Oh? I can understand, but you didn't exactly seem blown away by the revelation.
I didn't have time to process it. I have now, and the more I think about it, the more upset I feel.
I know that feeling after the fact.
Logically, I understand the situation. I can trace the weave of circumstance that forced his hand and led to his deception. I know he had no choice, and I've even forgiven him. I said the words to his face, so why am I still so angry?
Never just that easy.
That's a tough one.
It reminded me again of Udea. Will the fear and the manipulation follow me forever?
Oh, they're
Will
losing it.
taint everything?
Take a breath.
The secrets, the lies, the subterfuge. The Maida may seem a balmy paradise, but in reality, it is a toxic swamp. Every fiber of my being is screaming at the prospect of having my life ruined by this again.
All right. It's clear that sitting around base camp chewing on this isn't doing you any good. You need a distraction.
Possibly. What did you have in mind?
The Axel must be overwhelmed right now. Let's find something to help her with.
Yeah.
I'm amenable to this. Shall I let you ask her, or...?
Oh no. You're coming with me.
I suppose it'd be good to catch up with her, and I'll meet you at Cassidy's Hold, then. See you soon.
Hi, Eileen. Alright, we've got a few more bits about.
Dom, the interference I'm experiencing during expeditions is concerning. Is there any chance our scry is degrading like the ones belonging to the Enclave?
I'm still investigating, but my initial reaction is that it doesn't feel the same.
Surgeborn interference,
As long as
calling
it
it.
doesn't give out on us completely in the meantime.
However, I have taken a look at the Spindle's copy of the workings of Archons, and thankfully, writing is far more legible than Lucia's. And her notes are significantly less paranoid at that.
Unsurprising.
About that, Kenrick Stanold told me that Lucia wasn't just tinkering with the Ark we followed through the Veil. She built it. The Ark of Verdance.
That is quite the revelation. What was it for?
He didn't
That
say.
was all Kenrick could tell me. Or wanted to tell me. But Sev mentioned that Kenrick had been feeding Isla information about a failsafe for the source.
It seemed like its purpose, if I'm remembering from the intro, was like a bubble that pushed away my asthma, so...
Could the Ark of Verdance be the fix she was working on without realizing it?
Yes. Yes! That could be it. Genius, Bryn. On my side, I dug into her notes. She was working on a way to fully restore our Ark for us. She was so close to a schematic, intricate, elaborate, masterful. And I finished it. Solar has the final design ready for you. Essentially, we'll be creating a power core for the Ark. Most notably, we'll need a special part, a bar of shaped coral.
See? There it is again.
This is the final key for an Ark to be functional on its own without a Weaver channeling magic into it.
If we had built a power core earlier, could her death have been prevented?
No, Bryn. A rare moment of chastising yourself.
She only made this discovery in the final days of her life, through researching all the Ark parts we had supplied her. Her research even theorizes that using one's own magic to power an Ark for brief amounts of time could result in death.
So she knew she was going to die at the Grand Gate?
She knew exactly what would happen, and did it anyway. That's courage.
We can't let it be in vain. So, then the Ark of Verdance is our failsafe. Your design will get it running. Where can I find the shaped coral?
She suspected it was kept in the Archon's hearth,
Understood.
stored near natural coral deposits for its regenerative properties. You performed the Rite of Ashes beautifully, Bryn.
Glad to hear it. Not being part of the church myself, I felt a little out of place.
I'm sure Isla is at peace.
Can hope.
The rite I read mentioned shrouding the spindle in an eternal warmth. Is that in reference to an afterlife?
Yes, although the Reformed sect do believe in an afterlife, it is featured more prominently in Orthodox Hallowpire beliefs. The idea being that the Great Fire is an ethereal, divine being which cannot be fully comprehended in this life.
You can tell he hates the idea.
And who waits for its followers beyond this lifetime.
The Eye asked me to collect the ashes from the altar on his behalf. What does he intend to do with them?
Imagine just keep the Bryn.
Depends
That's an
on
odd
the
one.
sect. But often
Oh.
the ashes from the ritual are interred with the body in a burial site. Other times, if it's a prominent family, which the Stanolds seem to be, the ashes are housed in a family mausoleum. Tragic, of course. That a father must do this for his child instead of the other way around.
A religion founded on fire seems like a natural draw for weavers. Was that your experience in Renland?
Hardly. In Renland, magic was ostracized. And there, it was viewed as unnatural corruption of fire. Pure ignorance. That's why I've turned my back on it for many years. But you're right, that the Stanold family's religious beliefs are notable. The prominence of the church in Upper Denevron suggests the weavers here held it in high regard.
I appreciate your perspective on it. But I'd better let you get back to work.
Before you go, thank you for laying her to rest.
It's
You
all
could
right,
have
Dan.
just paid your respects and left, but it was the right thing to do.
And I got that
What's the
miasma
verdict
beastie.
with the resonance comparisons, Dom? Are we all doomed?
Not doomed, no. I
Okay.
have every reason to be concerned. Tangles only form in areas of intense magical concentration. That they're so common here in the Enclave makes it clear that this place is overflowing with magic. Have you ever blown into a bladder until it pops? I worry that's where we're headed.
No. Have you?
Ah. Well, I am from Renland.
The patterns did show signs of change then.
subtle but present. What was intriguing was watching them relax over time, as if the miasma caused them to contract like a muscle.
But getting bigger.
So things might recover if we could bring an end to the tangles.
I think so. How
Okay.
exactly we pursue that agenda, I'm not sure. But we have several leads we can pursue.
Moa quests.
We have to tell the Axel, though. She needs to know about this so we can take every precaution.
Oh, we?
Yeah. It's time. Meet you there.
Good on you, bub. You're doing it himself. Literally just need that coral.
Magma. Can you believe it?
Is it not lava?
I thought it was only lava if it bubbled up from underground. But now I'll have to ask Lane.
You heard the news then?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bryn. We ruined the surprise.
It's fine. Just nice to see you so happy.
Have we figured it out? They're not getting
We're
divorced?
confident that between the two of us, we can make
No, it's just the
something
specific item.
And I'm keen to try it out. I was up sketching all night, and I have an idea for some armor to act as a test.
Yes, give me another plate, please.
If it works, we'll gather more. The veil has to open someday, and with this magma, we could be on the road for months.
Or maybe we'll stay. Either option provides you many potential students.
No, maybe they have worked it out.
Maybe, just maybe.
We could do both.
We'll make it work. After we get this bloody enclave sorted out. Right, Bryn?
Aye. Oh, you soppy pair. I'm glad.
I have every faith we will.
Achievement popped. Pair a bond of love. It's a rare achievement as well. Who avoids doing this? God damn it. Oh, and it is the breastplate. Give. It wasn't about their love. It was about getting me a shiny chest bit. Oh, I've got boots as well. What's this? Oh, it's the legs for it. Heat resistance over armor resistant. It does look nice, though. That is way more my jam. Oh, as is that. That's bloody gorgeous. It is heat resistance and not armor, which means I'm going to get booped about a bit more while wearing it. But I don't care. Oh, I need a load of small materials to reforge it. Crap. I'm going to need to buy loads, aren't I? 24, 13. So that's 37 ore. Need 7 of these. 7 tanned, 5 woven. 37.75. And then is it the same for the legs? 37.75. Okay, so quickly do maths. It's like 84 ore, 17 hide, and 10 woven. Okay. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. Sometimes it's buying more than one at once. I don't know how many at this point. 63. Okay. I need 84, so 21 more. Okay, I should do it. Then I need 10 of these. Then 14 of these. I think that's enough. I know, Peace, we are making you garbage, but I promise it's for a good cause. Because I like the other piece more. I'll be taking heavier hits. And I don't really need the heat resistance. However, regardless of the game, faction is where I tend to go. Even at my own detriment. That's why in Souls games I get annoyed there's no transmog system, because I love that faction game. Okay, chess piece first, because I want me fancier stuff. Oh, the white, though. There's the paladin stuff I want. God damn it. Yep, that's what I want. That's what I want. How many do I need? I need 6 as a baseline. I'm going to need more than that. Need it. 40 a time. 5. I'm going to need a lot more than that. I just have a big enough bag of all these. And to be fair, if I am going for legendary stuff, then I don't really need the epic stuff as much. Let's not go too overboard. Okay, so that's 7. Then to upgrade it, I'm going to need another 7 each time. Oh boy, that's going to get expensive real quick. Let me go and see first. It might not be another 7 each time. But if this is the set I'm going to be ending the game with, gotta do it right. Okay, these I don't mind as much for the colour. The lighter works though. Yeah. The blue is starting to feel very Alliance. Okay, so I need 2 Ice Claws. Oh, wait, I should check the 4th one as well. Just so I'm not running back and forth as many times. I get so focused. Be hard to tell until I have some more. I don't necessarily like the black with it. It's kind of more of the colour I'd want to go for. It's just... Well, they only had like 1. Like a bit of contrast with it. Blue on blue is not great. Even these only had the 1. Which is fascinating. The silver's probably going to be where we go, though. Okay, and the one I needed was... Ice Claw. 2 more Ice Claw. 1 more Sovereign.
Worse than materials, I'd say.
That it is. Oh, but then I need to do the same for the goddamn legs. Yep, if I want them to match. So again, that's another 7 Sovereign, another 5 Ice Claw. Oh yeah, no, I am glad I did it. Still want the mane of hair from the headpiece, though.
That's an intimidating silhouette.
Okay, and then what am I using for gloves? Chunkier ones. The Tama kind fit alright. Those are too chunky. I kind of like the ones I've got. I just need to make them a little fancier. To get an outfit going.
Another one.
What about my great sword? Can I? That one's already got sovereign. Yeah, I can't change the colour loads more than I've already got. And that's the whole blade. That's as close as we're going to get for it. That's fine. Spoopy. Again, it's the silhouette from the back. So that's where we mostly see it. Nah, see, it's got 5 points. The horn's coming off, the fin's going over, and the horn. It's just a little too much. Even with the right colours, it'd be a little much. This one's obviously meant to go with the set, but I'm not a big fan of the halo. If it was just the wings and they were a little more pronounced, maybe. Obviously, I have liked this one the whole time. I like how the feathers bounce around. Like, that feels good. But other than letting Bryn's actual hair show through, which is what I tend to go in games. I tend to leave a helmet as either hidden or it's got to be something with a bit, you know, something like this, where you just see it. But what I love even more is ridiculous mane. As for the gloves, I like when gloves have a little bit of fingerless going on, but they're going to be really underpowered compared to everything else. Yeah, why deny yourself a set piece? I like the big elbow pieces. Maybe a little bit much. Those are vividly fake, but this is the kind of fake. This is why I love playing video games. A little more spiky. I like them. They still feel that big plate roll, though. Should I prefer the smoothness to the spiky? Okay, now I just need to figure out reforging these into the colours I want. I'm not apologising. Okay, white would make that base bit white. Only 2 on there are either green horns or more red horns. Mane I'm happy with. That I'm happy with. Yes, I need 8 of those. One at a time. Solo just losing your mind, having to recraft all your bloody stuff, Bryn, over and over and over again.
Try to bring this back in one piece.
Is it noticeable enough to change the colour for the horns? You can see it. We are reforging it. We can go back and forth. The colour certainly fits the rest a little more. Even if it's a little less armour, that's fine. Finally, the gloves. Oh boy. "24 of them. Holy crap. 7 of those. No, 13 of those. That's fine. Can't see a colour change there. I guess that's fine. I mean, I slap it on Legendary anyway, because why not? Okay, 13 and 24. How's my weight gone with this as well? A little lower still. Probably not enough to shift the needle there in any way, but... I've got loads of this. Still, I have started to chonk through stuff pretty quick. But it's not like I'm upgrading my elemental sets at this point, especially when I can change the weather. It's no longer become a bother. Okay. 13 of these. $24 of these. That was 12. I need 12 more. If I want to upgrade all this to max as well, I'm going to have to keep going for more and more. Oh, crap. Oh, no, that one was already... That's why it cost so many, 'cause it was already fully upgraded. Okay. Swords max level. Bows max level. Great swords max level. It's going to require a lot more of the Ice Claw stuff. As is that, and the Sovereign stuff. That's max level. So I just need a chunk more Ice Claw grain. Even more. Even more. And then just for the chest piece, I need the Sovereign stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, it goes up by 1 or 2 each time a little bit. So that's going to be... Oh, bloody hell. This is too much maths for my brain. Maybe 8 for that piece and another... 6 or so for that one. A little bit more than that. Maybe another 8. Another 15 there. I can always sell some back if I overdo it. Okay, we're going full ham on it. We're maxing out this gear set. Which means... clearing the bank. Because again, I can just buy all these resources back. It's a good chunk to start with. Halve each one of these, maybe. Just so I've got some in the bank that I can get more resources back later. And I like even numbers. Okay. That's a chunk. It's not going to be a lot, though, is it? Oh, because I don't need the other legendary resources either. That seems risky. It's a lot. Okay, let's start with that.
Not too heavy, not too light.
Ooh, craft a very high resistance frost gear set, it said.
Strikes a good
Or piece of
balance.
armor. As far as I can tell, the look didn't change. It's a shame, unlike the weapons, but they've had to do it for each one. Keep an eye on it visually.
I've always wanted to build something like this. That's an intimidating
Okay, last one.
silhouette.
It didn't quite change.
Worse than materials, I'd say.
No, not quite. That's to get it to level 4, so I need level 5, so I need 10 more of those things. 8 more of the other one. Right, this is why we kept some of the material. Fine, we'll have our full endgame set ready. I know it's a little arduous, but this is what I'd be doing anyway. Getting that final set together as you're getting into an end game is one of my favourite things to do. Especially when you're crafting it as well, to get that ownership for it. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then another 2. Bottom one, I think it was. Then I needed... Might be a couple short there, but it's okay.
If that doesn't keep you safe, I don't know what will.
That's all of it. Beautiful. I'd love to upgrade the weapons to find out what that final appear... Wait. The kinetic one at level 3 went up a visual? Have they been steadily going up and I just haven't noticed until the final point? Oh, game. That's pretty cool though, with just the telekinesis running through it. That's something for me to do off stream. If I want to get all the materials together to level up all of the weapons to see what they look like, well, you know, just Google it at that point. I know, I do like the game a lot though. Maybe that is something I do in my off time. I can see myself just in an area chilling and doing such. Not as much armor. A lot more cold resistance. which isn't entirely necessary, but I love how I look. Maybe the follow-up attack. Oh no, maybe the follow-up attack appears on the telekinesis sword when you swing them into the air. At level 5, maybe you swing it back down and batter them into the ground. Oh no! Kinda wanna know. Nah, it's okay. I prefer a curved blade to slab, but...
So, I strongly suspect shenanigans, but also thank you.
About the stove?
Oh, absolutely. But shenanigans almost always come from a place of love.
Or lead to one?
Well said. And this forge is going to be invaluable, so we all benefit. Including the future students I'm imagining up.
Any
Get that.
standouts in your illusory class?
There's a shy, red-headed lad named Carlos. He's going to go far. I just know it.
Silly beggars. How are you feeling about it? We good?
Bryn, I was just thinking about how we managed to trap the heat of molten rock itself.
And your wife?
And you and your wife seem through a complicated patch?
I never doubted we would find a way through.
I don't know, damn. There was a moment there. There was a moment there. You.
This time was different than the other spats we've had. I am very grateful for your help. I would not know what to do without Sola. She is very much my guiding star.
You're welcome. You big romantic. Just keep talking to her, and the nights will be cloudless.
Indeed. Indeed.
And you can't have talk, so you're going to be fine. Right, Lane, how you getting on?
It's nice to have the camp stove.
You see me working
properly
solo
again.
to the bone.
Even if it took Casmin quietly tossing our coal supply into the hollow one night to make it happen.
Smint did do it! My goodness, in the name of keeping them together, the quartermaster chucked out supplies. Scandalous.
Wait, she did?
Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that.
I'm going to go confront her immediately.
Dom and Sola have reconciled, which I suspect was her whole plan, so...
No, Lane. No.
Okay.
I need to make this a thing.
Still, Kaz doesn't like for people to know she's a romantic at heart.
Oh, well, you've told me that as well.
Oh. I am very glad you mentioned this. Thank you, Lane.
Just go easy on the teasing. I don't want her to serve my stew cold all week.
They should have thought of this before confessing. Straight away. Hello, Cass.
So, I was having a chat with Lane.
Not missing a beat.
Oh? Said something about you stashing coal outside the camp?
And now with spares.
Oh, gods, they saw that.
They see everything, Casmin.
Sure did.
Oh, I was so careful. Listen, Bryn, you know why I did it, right?
Because our enchanter and Smith need to keep working together.
Yes, and they need to keep talking. They're so good together. So, I did what I had to. Just don't tell anyone, okay?
Kaz,
Yeah?
I think everyone knows. Except maybe Dom.
Gods, that's embarrassing.
Smiling, though.
You might want to sneak that coal back into the stocks at some point.
Already did. It was distracting to know the count was wrong.
See, exactly. This is why I doubted if you'd done it in the first place. It wasn't thrown out. It was just kept secure elsewhere for a time. Absolutely ridiculous. Alright, we have a couple of chats to have with the Axel. And a shrine in Dredger's mine. Go see the Axel. I'm looking all snazzy. If you watch many of these streams, by the way, this is generally how I'm gonna end up every time. Heavy plate, big flowy mane of white hair, a great sword, paladin colours. Jobs are good. I'm proper happy. And don't worry, no matter the game, I will always find my way to this point. It's my biggest disappointment with Aelgard. No bloody great sword. A wound to the heart. The eye gone? Oh no, he's just up at his desk. Never mind.
Both of you this time. Must be important.
It is. We've identified a long-term risk to our people. A source of decay in our enchanted devices. And I've prepared a list of safety measures we should take.
You have.
Yes, we... Wait. Why did you say that like you already know?
Because she does.
Arakim, do you know how intense the competition to become Axel truly is? Even in our diminished state, it is ruthless. Each guild jockeying for its representative to be elevated. To win the seat, you need allies, knowledge, and the will to use both.
You've been watching us this whole time.
I have been watching you.
Like a hawk.
Yes.
It's
I have
probably
been
very
judging
rude.
Arakim.
How dare you say it?
Always a test.
Oh, he's angry.
What I have seen is growth. Your
Surprise.
enthusiasm and energy has never been in question. But your judgment and initiative have often been rash. But in working with Bryn's band, I've seen you set goals, lead plans, move from asking permission to making your case, just as you came here to do, did you not? To lay out a set of clear steps we should take to preserve our new scries and keep our people safe?
Yes, that is exactly what I was going to do.
You should act on your recommendations with my complete support.
Da-na-na-na.
I know you're not making them lightly, and they affect your people the most. So yes, it was a test. And as Khan, it will be the first of many.
You just said Khan.
I did. The scouts have been ignored for far too long, as we try to pretend everything is as it was. Enough. Unless you disagree, Arik.
No. Not at all. We've been pushing for this forever.
Oh, that's why Kenrick had the name Khan, because Khan is the title of one of the... Yep,
Good.
I think I'm there
And
now.
you should thank Bryn when we're done. She raised a very salient point in our last chat that swept away the last of my hesitations. Now take a knee, would you? There's work to be done, and neither of us is really built for fancy ceremonies.
I guess a little cutscene. An Apollo Initiative achievement pop.
If we have learned anything,
A friend find recognition
in the
for their
past
work.
while,
Another rare one.
It's that standing too far
People have
beyond
against companion quests.
costs us time and opportunities.
All the reviewers who complete the game to give their review and then don't... I know. It's not fair to say, especially if you're working at a bigger company, you have timetables to hit, schedules to hit, and sometimes just finishing the game is enough to get your thoughts out, you know? But I don't know. Especially when you comment on the story and the characters. It's a complicated thing. I won't get into it.
As a people, we
Pros and
have
cons.
withered and died without the
I'm
tireless
fortunate to have the
efforts
time to
of
go
your
through.
Scouts and their forebearers, and yet we have not recognized them out of fear of tipping a balance that was already lost. And so I elevate you, Arakim Katabi, to the station of Khan of the Enclave, and grant you the title of Guide. May your initiative and care chart a path for us all.
Very ambitious. Gotta get him a fancier cape.
As it turns out, I'm rather glad you tore down Asylum. I was not at the time, but Arakim's come a long way since he started working with your band.
As have you, politically.
I will admit I was complacent. Part of my decision to create the role of guide was to prevent that. I need someone who will push, and he will most certainly do that. Bryn and Lane, to what do I owe the pleasure?
We're hoping that there's something you can help us with. Or rather, we're hoping that there's something we can help you with.
I'm not sure I follow.
I've been at a loose end, gnawing on painful thoughts, only growing more despondent in the process.
Huh.
So we're here to focus on problems that are a little more tangible. What can we help you with?
That is very kind of you. I've had a great deal of difficulty keeping on top of things.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
We're here to help. Like I said.
Right. I've got a petition from the scouts here somewhere. Let me find it. Arakim has been nagging me about accessing the Archon's hearth. Its stores of raw material could busy our
got
forge
two quests
masters for
coincide.
months. Now that I'm technically in charge, I'm loath to follow Kenrick's lead in recklessly sending the scouts into dangerous situations. What I'm lacking to make that call is intelligence on the Archon's hearth. Our documentation is decades out of date.
I've already spent a lot of time in there, actually. It was pretty hot, from what I recall.
Dangerous too, one would assume. Can you elaborate on what you saw in there?
The most interesting part was
Mr.
where
Coral,
they
give me
grew
more
the coral.
tidbits.
I
wanna
could
keep pulling
feel
at this
the
thread.
magic running through it.
It is a reminder that there are still lost secrets to be found.
Don't you tease me like that.
Exactly. Well, it was only one area that was particularly hot, but all of it was dangerous.
I assume you refer to the Arcane Foundry then?
Yeah. It was on another level to what you've got here at the Hold, or what we have at camp. I can't imagine how many Archon parts they produced per day. While exploring where the Arcs were assembled, I couldn't help but imagine how busy it must have been back before the Surge. Archons seem big when I'm fighting them, but the scale feels totally different when they're attached to a scaffold.
Fascinating.
Anyway, there's lots going on in there. Do you think it's safe enough to send in the scouts?
Or maybe I had to explore enough to have this information in the first place.
Not quite. I still have
There we
grave
go.
concerns about the
more.
fluctuating heat levels.
I believe I may have a solution
Oh,
for that.
never mind. They've got it.
A potion that will maintain your body temperature even in the hottest conditions. I don't quite have the equipment to make it yet, but the knowledge is there.
Haven't you just made me some?
That's wonderful news. That said, I would like a demonstration to be sure they work.
A fair stipulation. Some sort of combat encounter in the Archon's hearth
Oh,
under the
no.
hottest possible conditions. Fighting an Archon that relies on fire magic would be ideal to demonstrate the potion's efficacy.
You know I'm always up for a challenge.
I have no doubt in your abilities after what I've witnessed you achieve.
Well then, I'll be back once I've felled a mighty construct.
Might even need the forge or the fire one in there with it being a drought, and I need to win the fight. Oh no. I'll check the specifics in a moment. First, just in case. Something to say? No. Shame. Okay. Defeat a fiery arc in the hearth while under the effect of a flame shroud vial. Do I now have this vial? Like just on my person? Yeah, a drought has to pass through. I'm pretty sure these are, in fact, the potions I have, aren't they? I can't tell. Damn it. I should be able to tell from base camp. I just want to make sure before I go in, because if it's another potion I have to equip or make use of. Also, it says win with it. Does that mean I have to land the final blow? Oh.
And then the priest says, that's not how you extinguish the holy flame.
I thought you never extinguished the holy flame.
They make certain exceptions when it threatens centuries-old tapestries.
You never talked about your time in the church.
Oh, they're opening up more.
They're not happy memories.
No. But they're yours.
Then let's not fight again so I have more time
Oh.
to share them.
That's unreasonable. Let's just make sure we're talking.
Here, here, you blushing pair.
Of course, my love. After all, I love you like I love you.
I love you too.
No. Make sure nobody wants a natter before I try and head out again. Sorry, Dan, I'm on your desk. That's where I'm going to stay.
I think we all suspected prolonged exposure to the raw magic in here would affect creatures, but it's surprising to see how far it's gone.
Is it possible the same thing is happening to us? Or has happened to the Hearthsiders?
The Surgeborn.
While it's long been theorized we must have something akin to Strands in us, they've never manifested like in a great creature. On one hand, this means we need mantles to mimic what they do naturally. On the other, Asha, Cassil, and so on seem less affected by the Enclave. It's not like Arakim has grown a third arm. I think we can presume safety for some time.
What's with that look then?
You think this is caused by something other than direct contact with raw magic, like the Tangles?
Oh yes. It's that the air is so thick with magic that tangles can even form. It's unprecedented, and thank the flames for that. Imagine if every creature across the Maida acted as aggressive as the ones you're facing.
What do we do about it, though?
Our first step has to be securing the source. If it's the reason the Enclave had access to so much magic before the Surge, it's also why things are so suffused with raw magic. You see, this is largely an infrastructure problem. The leaks in the tapestry will have to be sealed and magic slowly consumed through usage. If we can reduce the emission of raw magic to below our consumption, the concentration will drop.
Okay.
As the levels inside match the rest of the Maida, we should be back to some semblance of normal.
Easier said than done. Akim, how are you feeling? Guide of the Enclave?
Hard to believe I have a title now.
The Axel seemed certain you were ready for it.
Haroon's also a politician. She knows this somewhat buys
Pardon
my
me.
loyalty to her if she tries to become the next eye.
Akim.
Do you think this will drastically change how you interact with the other scouts?
In time, I imagine so. We've been without an advocate for so long, and right now's the best time for me to push. I do have some promising candidates to take over day-to-day operations. I suppose we'll have to accelerate that process.
Takes multiple people to replace you,
You got me. Yes, I was bragging. I think it's critical we have some checks to make sure the system's working. If one group is over or underperforming, I can try to work with them to figure out why. Wins, listen to me. Just chain me to a desk already. All I do is stare at scrolls and move abacus beads now.
Would you support her then?
Haroon's a practical lady. She knows the scouts are critical to our ongoing survival. Farming and fishing around Cassidans keeps us fed, but rare materials for alchemy, medicines, enchanting and so on, all us.
Which gives you some leverage.
It does. But also my title is precarious, as she granted it as acting eye. No one's going to challenge her, not right now, but implicitly if she goes, I go with her.
Can't imagine she would
Job
at this
one
point.
will be dealing with the source.
Like I said, people are always trying to get after her
Feeling up to
position.
it?
If it were all on me, I'd be overwhelmed. But I've got your band. An exceptional group with an exceptional point.
Oh, you flatterer.
But you tell me, am I ready?
Yeah.
I'm with the Axel. It's going to be a change, though.
A shift in the winds for sure.
Still, look at how you interact with the band here, now. Arranging tasks, working with them. I think you feel more comfortable here.
Yeah, it's come a long way from us having to ask everyone to, like, lead him into conversations rather than him doing it for himself.
I do. Your group is inspiring. Everyone's pulling in the same direction. I doubt I can capture that particular magic with all the politics around the hold, but maybe I can match it with the scouts.
I'm excited to see how it goes. Khan Katabi.
I hope I live up to your and everyone's expectations.
You will.
So serious for a moment. mouse over there. No. Doesn't tell me. Not magic, not enemies. Is it somewhere up there in equipment? Resistance vials, there we go. Flame Shroud. Okay, it is just that one. But is there a fiery arc there now? I can change the weather. I can't change the beastie. Does changing the weather change the beastie? No, it does not. Alright. I think then I head to do the other quest in the mire. Then we can just sleep, and we're going to have to keep trying to change what creature's going to stay there. Maya's miasma. I'm also going to make it hot, just so I can kill the glass tail real easy. And this gear has a decent amount of fire resist on it too, I think. Was it cold resist? It was cold resist. Never mind. Fire's going to help anyway. Chest. Always hoping for codex entries.
Yes, they were working out of that cave.
Sheltered, yet deadly. Probably wasn't that way before the surge. Shipping crates, marked Project Junction 4X9.
Sounds familiar. I'll look into it.
Similar to what he was building.
Anyone who survived the tapestry overloading probably ran for the nearest loom gate.
Don't see any of codex entry. It's fine. Oh, I blocked myself. Where are you, beastie? Not you. I think the last one was like up on there, on the hill. Well, I hear its footsteps. Ah, there you are. Burn, Brannick, burn. Ooh, double bite. Cheeky beggar. Look at all that fire damage. Get wrecked. That wasn't even a fight, that was a bloody massacre. The fastest one we've done. Beautiful. Nom, 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 nom. Easy materials for trade. I wonder if it's because again, in this zone, do they have less health? Does it scale based on the average level of materials in a place? It's still very unclear how all that works. 2 bloody codex entries. Oh, it's gonna drive me mad! Man, let's head us back. Damn it. Oh, I've been going for a wee while. Starting earlier though. And that's okay. Jev, where are you, friend?
About our Norian findings. Would you forgive an observation before we start?
I'm trying to build what you have,
Sure. What's up?
I guess.
This is the second time I've been able to just collaborate. The Axle helped me without question. Aram could get used to this.
And what did the combination of your excellent minds discover?
That marking you found, for Junction 4X9. It's a location code.
To
The Norians and Enclave had a system to track the flow of raw magic. The Khan and I did some archival digging, and we know where it's located.
Is that a common way to track piping?
Only for Norians. Our waterworks are hidden. It keeps their secrets. But also makes them hard to track.
In Taza, you mean?
Yes, but here too. The Enclave was invested in keeping the tapestry out of sight.
You wanted to find something practical. This sounds like it counts.
Oh, Bryn, yes. I needed this.
oh, I sound so happy.
Something skillfully wrought and worthy of study. Even uncovering how they balanced the pressure would take years. Amazing.
Since you know where this Junction X... whatever is, am I heading there?
Not just yet. I don't want to waste your time.
Oh?
My working theory is that they used that junction to rebalance the flow of raw magic to their worksite.
To what end?
If they wanted to test new piping technology, they'd need contents for the pipe. Water wouldn't behave like raw magic does. Compression and so on. Major junctions had valves that changed the pressure.
He's so
and
smart
flow.
for his age, which still
Took
seems pretty young.
specialized tools to operate.
How specialized, exactly?
They were Norians. Why use a wrench when you can make a special secret wrench?
Oh.
A wrench hunt, then. Sounds like a trick they play on junior artisans.
I doubt we'll just find one lying around. We did, however, find the designs. Encoded, of course.
I bet Solo's already heating up the forge.
I was hoping I can just grab up the
Yes.
materials.
I wish they didn't use such
Had
exotic
to open my big
alloys,
mouth.
but magical flow control requires them.
It's okay, Sev. I'm on it.
Norian piping conduit patch. I thought I met more of your Kern out there. Kern or Kel, it was one of them. Let's have a gander. 10 lapisite, 5 hydrosite. I can get that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 10 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. Patch to seal the special piping in the tapestry, now that Norians were working on prior to the surge.
Takes you back, doesn't it? Just like when we first arrived, trying to get things working, unaware there's a whole twist of piping under our feet.
One day we're just trying to get a loom gate functional.
And then next, we're going to have to face the heart of the Enclave and figure out how to fix this damned place.
If anyone can do it, it's Bryn.
Oh, of course you can. Anyway, enough of that. Do we need to send a team?
No. The valves were designed to be worked easily.
Oh, me then.
Even by one person. All it should take is a steady eye and a strong arm.
Asher strong? Or do I need to channel my inner big burly Ram?
No.
You should be fine. That said, I do think all of you would look better with tusks.
Wow. Suddenly I'm seeing it on Bryn and Solo hit just sudden tusks.
You're entitled to your incorrect opinion.
Ha! So, feel up to some junction hunting, Bryn?
So much
Sure.
safer than my usual quarry. Less mobile, too.
In the Institute. And the other thing to bet on is a flame beastie in the half. Which has not happened, so... Need a rest. Again, I'm still so curious if the day counter, like... They go to the effort to putting in a day counter. It must mean something. You know what I mean? Feels like it has to. God damn it, Ice Claw. It said Fiery Arc, it didn't say Fiery Behemoth. Is there even a Fire Beast? Yeah, the dragon, Doi. Says Arc, though. It says Arc specifically, so I'd want to be extra careful with that. Glass tail? God damn it. It has to be in the Arkansas, it does. This is the most specific quest I've had yet. This is where it's going to take days out of it. Did that not change at all? Suddenly we get to day 30. Explosion! Game has failed. The moon has crashed into the earth. Maybe I should have saved before doing all this. Maybe that would have been wise. Forge! Drought! That will do it then. Where will he be, though? That's the other problem. Where did the other one want me to go in this place? Forge. So... I'm confused. Was none of the Evers labelled a forge? Foundry maybe counts. So once it gets to low health, I just need to ensure that resistance potion is going.
The Archon's hearth once more. Wish Ireland was here to guide me.
I could assist in her.
What the?
She's just in! Wild.
Oria, the scry has been compromised by the Searchborn. Stay off it.
wild, but I'm happy for the voice acting. Voice is just a little too quiet.
Murdered my friend. There's a lot of us now. I must be getting close to the real place. The search will lead to that place. I guess that's how it's going to be.
Okay, we're still halfway there. It's about to get spicy. Just got to keep an eye on that potion, make sure it's active for the whole fight. Or when he goes down, rather, from the fight. Oh, my voice is going. Carried a bit too long, but I'm in the zone with it. Okay, it's more than halfway. I think we're going to be fine. Oh, right in the pelvic region. Job done. Should have trusted the bow way sooner. Actually being able to hold up different magical effects in the ball with it. That just works so well. Put that shield down. Won't it let me shoot the legs? Come here then. Sometimes it's good to fight the little ones. Loads of stuff. Okay. Memories, and then we can head to the Institute. Shouldn't they take long? Oh, right there as well, in that kind. A little too far, a little too on fire. Gotcha.
You and I have such similar taste in treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you're planning to do with that is nothing compared to what we could accomplish if we put our minds together.
I can manage well enough on my own.
You could do so much more than that.
It's just temptation, that's all it is. I hope heading straight back now, or heading to another place, isn't going to break that connection. Or lose potential dialogue because, in the case, we head to the Institute. Solution chamber. And who's awaiting me there? A flash freeze and a sledge worm. I can't change the weather while out and about. I thought it said I could do it at any loom gate. I guess I misread. At least this armor's got a decent amount of cold resist. Delusion chamber right in the center, which is going to be the quicker way. Canal, I think. If we cross the worm on the way there, I'll get rid of him, but I've already killed a chunk of big fuggers today.
I'm almost surprised they had aeroliths down here.
I would surmise it was due to the delicate experiments. Stable climate eliminates one variable.
Give me my potion, please. Thank you. Right, pretty much a straight shot upwards. Excuse me, fellas. And plenty of gathering to do. Don't mind me. Oh, don't yeet yourself to death either. There we go. Oh, the chest as well! Yes, it can be used on items and enemies, lest I forget. Where are we saying game? In wall. Very unclear. I picked the right way, that's alright.
You should be close to the junction now.
Ooh, big weave. What can I do to assist it then, other than get cold?
Okay, that turned easily enough. Creaked a little, but seems stable now.
Perfect.
Certainly easier than loom gate repair.
All you needed?
Stop the flow with a tool like this. The Hollow's loom gate would have been trivial.
That should have cleared the Norian worksite.
Only one way to find out.
Oh, heading back to the Maya. Alright, that's fair enough. Go do that now then, before we wrap up for the day. Keep half an eye out for any codex entries again. I'm not doing a full search for a while. Again, once I hit that, all optional quests are done. Point of no returns there. Then we do a big codex run. Do a bit of a Google, see where we're going. Just again, if I was doing it without a Google, I would be retracing every corner of every area and still missing them for several streams. I don't think that's going to be good for either me or you. And if I was playing offline, I'd be Googling it, you know? You can take the piss with it. I struggle with geography. I struggle noticing things, so... was near the shrine and up and around the corner. No wasps, absolutely not. You can go sort yourselves.
Good news, Sam. The cave looks tangle-free.
That seals it then. Ah, literally and figuratively.
We can eat the miasma, hooray!
So, is this broken one the new, improved piping?
No, they haven't replaced it yet. We can run our tests later.
First things first, we need to deal with this source problem before we can even think about the test.
One problem at a time. I agree.
Don't mind me, I'm just committing acts of absolute vandalism. Alright. At the base camp. I think we save the consultations of everyone until next stream. So I'm about pushing the 5-hour mark. It's pretty good, but I can certainly feel, even having chugged a load of water.
The Surgeborn in the Howling Jail somehow has access to the scry.
We know. I can feel it in there with me. It's not pleasant. We need to do something fast.
The good news is, as far as we can tell, it only has access when you're in the underworks. At most, it seems to cause interference when you're above ground. We don't think it can listen in.
Pink.
Until we can block its presence, best to keep use of the scry to a minimum.
Aurea, I could feel the Surgeborn too. I know exactly what you mean.
Doesn't feel great.
The kind of nausea that only comes from the wind being knocked out of you.
It takes a lot out of me to stay connected to you when it's present, let alone speak.
That must be why there's interference.
What you're both describing, it makes me wonder if the Eye was under a deeper influence from the Surgeborn than we realized.
How so?
We assumed he was merely manipulated into a foolhardy plan, but what if the Surgeborn had some sort of effect on his mind?
Possible.
I could believe it. But if that's the case, then we need to limit Bryn's exposure to it through the scry. Fast.
Why don't we just take it out of the prison and defeat it, and then it gets sent off into the Tangles where they all respawn? And it just becomes one of the many again. It's not like there's any difference there.
And yours.
I don't think it's me the Surgeborn wants to influence. From the sounds of it, it wants you.
Weavers need a physical connection to the scry to communicate, either by wearing the earpiece or touching the scroll. The Surgeborn doesn't have either. So how is it connecting to our scry?
Well, let's start with what we know. The imprisoned Talon was able to convince Stanild to open the gate, but the Herald was there and waiting. It was not surprised at all, despite the scout's distractions. Ergo, the Herald and Talon were communicating somehow, yet the Talon had been imprisoned for years.
They're a hive mind, they told me.
Would it not be reasonable to suggest the Surgeborn can communicate with one another using something like our...
Well, to be fair, it said we can see through their eyes. It didn't necessarily say they could communicate.
Or worse, perhaps they can share thoughts needing no magic at all.
A single shared consciousness.
Yes.
The implications are frankly staggering, but it is the only explanation I can think of for what we've observed.
Again, it told me.
If I'm correct, it's not such a leap to imagine creatures like this, or perhaps a creature, would be capable of infiltrating our scry.
Let's hear it. How bad is all this?
The scry is a complex piece of Weaver enchantment. That this Surgeborn has broken in is not good.
We still don't know exactly what it wants, but if it continues to infiltrate our constructs, this could mean an all-out war.
War?
Imagine they gain control of the Enclave's arcs. Sure, they're dangerous now, but with a sentient strategist behind them.
Take on the rest of the world.
They could storm the Maida in a couple of hundred strides.
You think the Surgeborn's interests expand beyond the Enclave?
Why wouldn't it? They like violence and ruin.
An enemy as calculated as this. Best to assume the worst.
All right. How are we going to fix this?
The reason Aurea can sense the Surgeborn presence on the scry is likely because it's wielding magic to communicate. The same way Aurea's mantle pulls magic from the air to contact you. However, unlike Aurea, the Surgeborn can't pull magic from the air around it. Otherwise, it would be talking to you all the time.
Fair
But
point.
it can only reach me when I'm underground.
Or the coral.
Where the tangles are most dense. We need to cut off its access to raw magic.
That's where the spindle comes in. Thanks to her, we finally have the missing piece to get our escort here running.
It was a failsafe in the case that the source needed to be repaired. The Ark of Verdance will create a safe bubble against the tangles, which would be the natural consequence of any failure of the source.
Just like it did with the Veil.
Exactly. But without the crushing weight that caused it to fail.
So, the plan. We get the Ark to the source, it stabilizes the Enclave.
Or at the very least, starts the process.
If the Herald waiting down there doesn't destroy it first, I'll need to take it down. If this plan is going to work.
That sounds dangerous.
I can do it.
It might be a risk worth taking.
We have to. The Enclave is overflowing with raw magic, and this source is clearly the root of the problem. Too many tangles have led to the floods. They allow the Surgeborn to communicate and infect our enchantments. Without the source under control, we will never reclaim the Enclave.
Then that's our plan. We build a power core, then we speak to the Axle.
I'll join you at Cassidon's Hall.
Okay. Just going to wander myself a little further off so I don't trigger any conversations as I've been doing. There we go. That should be fine. Alright. A busy day. Got a lot done. A lot of main quests, a lot of side quests. My fancy new digs. My goodness. It's lovely stuff. With that said then, folks, I will say thank you very much for watching. If you enjoyed yourselves, don't forget to hit that like button. Helps push the video through the algorithm. Get more folks to come and join us. Hang out, play some games together. Subscribe for more content here on the channel. On the weekdays, we're at 9 AM GMT with World of Warcraft. And sometime between 4 to 6 in the evening with other games. Currently, of course, Eternal Strands, and coming up next, Monster Hunter Wilds. And you can find playlists to all the games we've already covered right here on the channel to binge to your heart's content. One tab over from the regular video tab on YouTube, you can find them all there. And with that, I'll say, have a lovely weekend. Happy Valentine's Day. Much love, take care, and bye-bye.